Hello? 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 And welcome to the most special of special days, the day in which we wait all year for. Chat. Let's move chat like right up here, back where they normally are. Today is the day. The Game Awards. We wait all year for this, chat. It's finally happening today. We're gonna have a ton of announcements. Also, I feel like it's been a minute since I've been live. Uh, it's been like what since like early November. But I'm here, and yeah, dude, I'm super excited. I'm super pumped for this. I'm super ready. We're gonna have a very, very, very good evening tonight or morning or wherever you live at. Crossy, hello. Time for Jeff Keighley to parade us with ads in the Shaman of Awards, all while he parades his industry friends to us and inevitably sucks Kojima off on stage yet again. Who else is excited? Me. Is your chest all right, by the way? Okay, so my chest. For those of you who don't know, I dropped a very heavy barbell on my chest, on my rib cage. My ribs are a little bruised, but I don't think I've fractured anything. That being said, anytime I do like a push movement, like a push up or a type of bench press or anything like that, it hurts a little bit. So I've been going a little easy on the chest. It was 175 pounds that I dropped on the incline. So what happened is that as I was pushing up on the incline, right, the rack is like right here, so that you can hook the barbell back in. And I think I had my seat scooted up too much because I was just like, whatever, right? Like I found the bench like that, and I was just like, this seems fine enough. I should have scooted it down like a little bit more. And so what happened is that as I went up, I hit the rack, and that just caused me to like drop the weight, right? Because that force going up, when you hit it, it kind of sends the force back down. So if you're not prepared to like kind of catch it when it goes back down, it's pretty much gonna drop and fall on your chest. And that's what happened. And so again, 175 pounds, not even close to my 1 rep max. I didn't lock out. It wasn't about the weight being too heavy and me getting ahead of myself. It's just literally I hit the rack. And the rack made me like drop the fucking thing squarely on my chest. And yeah, everyone in the gym came running toward me. It was very embarrassing. There was a mother and a daughter that were just like looking at me. I felt so much shame in that moment, you know? And like, I guess it'd be like one thing too if I locked out, right? You know what I'm saying? Like I tried to lift more weight than like what I was physically capable of, but it wasn't even that. I wasn't even doing more than I'm used to. I literally was just dumb and didn't adjust my seat well enough. And I'm talking about like, guys, when like 175 pounds, let me convert that to kilograms for everyone who's not American. So about 80 kilograms. So yeah, when you drop that on your chest, it you learn how squishy the rib cage is. Like it's actually kind of squishy. At least it feels that way when you have um you know the body weight of a person of an adult being specifically pressed against your chest. And did you hear anything pop or crack? No. No, but it feels like if it was like 5 pounds more, or if like I dropped it a little higher up, I would have heard a crack. It knocked the wind out of me, which I don't know if you guys ever had the wind knocked out of you because you've been forcefully hit so hard that the oxygen like forcefully goes out of your lungs. But I made like a gasping grunt noise there. Just like the worst thing you can imagine. Um And then yeah, and people came running over, and then I finished the workout. That's like what's more crazy. I lowered the weight. I definitely lowered the weight after that. But I was like, well, I'm already here. And that was like the second set. So I was like, I don't want to not do my chest day. So I still actually finished the chest day because I was like, you know what? I'm gonna still do it because I already came this far. Like sunk cost fallacy in in its purest state. But the rest of the chest workout I had was pretty good. I didn't have any problems until I tried to work out again. And then when I tried to work out again, I immediately found out how damaged my chest actually was, my rib cage, because I started trying to lift, and it was funny too because even like lifting half of the weight that I normally do, I could still feel in the center of my chest like this weird uh feeling, I guess. So, have you seen a doctor, Skylian? I'm American. I'm American, man. Um, but jokes aside, like my insurance would cover like a visit, but I'd still have to pay for like part of the X-ray. And I feel like I will go and I'll pay for the X-ray, and then um after I pay for the X-ray, they'll just be like, "Well, just rest for a little while and it'll be okay." Right? Because I feel like that's like the inevitable outcome. In all seriousness, you probably shouldn't have carried on in a speed, even if you didn't feel like anything at the time. Muscles mid-workout and adrenaline do a lot to mask any pain or damage. As you sounded out when it hurt after resting, no doubt. Yeah, yeah, I found out. Yeah, yeah, exactly, bro. Yeah, it hurt more the second time when I came back than like because like when the incident first happened, like I didn't even give a fuck. I was just like, keep going. And then the next chest workout, I was like, oh no, I can't do anything. Yeah, adrenaline is crazy, man, because when you have adrenaline coursing through you, you don't feel anything. You just feel good. You're like, I can keep going. And then you discover, oh, actually, I cannot keep going. Actually, actually, I think I'm broken. So you do have to be careful with that. Don't be like me, kids. I'm gonna be okay. It's not permanent, I promise. I don't think anything's permanent. I think I'm not like broken. Um, I'll be good within a few weeks probably. I learned the hard way that dumbbells are actually safer than barbells for bench press. They are technically. Nico, thank you for the tier 1. I appreciate it. Um, they are because I mean, at least if you drop a dumbbell, you're only dropping half the weight on you, right? But if you drop a barbell on yourself, then you're dropping the full weight. So, and at least it wasn't my head or my neck. If it was my neck or my head, I may not be here, like on this earth. So, yeah, because that's heavy enough weight that if you drop on your head, we're talking about things that could probably take you out. So, what was I love your elevator music? What's it called? That was the main battle theme of Metaphor Refantasio. It is called Warriors in Valor, Ruth. Um, back on my Kingdom Hearts 4 copium. There is not an a 0% chance of it showing up today, right? So you can hold on to that hope. Um, do you think FF will win anything? I do think it is entirely possible that Rebirth wins Game of the Year. I don't think it's impossible. I swear to God, the Metaphor battle theme best be played at the awards. I hope the flute guy gets to go hard with the monk vocalist. That would be incredible. If they do have the orchestra here, which I believe that they're supposed to, and that monk is not there, then like throw the whole show away. Like I don't fucking care. Like in stream. like immediately. Like the whole fucking thing is like a charade. Like I don't give a fuck. They better have him there. If we're doing live music, which I'm pretty sure there is supposed to be a video game orchestra happening, and we don't get that, then I'm like, yeah, I'm like I'm done. I'm like, it's over. That monk is like, he's so goated, man. He's so goated. From the pre-show announcement, it seems that not an insignificant amount of the live music is dedicated to Arcane. Really though? 100% chance of Half-Life 3 announced tonight before Kingdom Hearts 4. I've actually seen people unironically talking about like legit Half-Life 3 rumors. I actually think that they should do it. I think that they should make Half-Life because Valve makes so much money, right? That they could just make Half-Life 3 and it just not even like be a big deal. It could just they could take their time on it. They can take forever on it. Giant Monkey Butt, thank you for the super chat. You think we could see FF9 anime and remake announcement here? That is a great question. I think it's entirely possible that that could finally be announced here. I'm going to be a little worried about it, if we don't see it soon. I'm starting to feel like what's going on that's holding all of it up. I don't know, but I'm hoping that we see Final Fantasy IX remake here. The anime being teased would also be really good. I'm really starting to become, maybe I'm on like my Yoichi Wada shit when I say this, but I'm really starting to become pro polymorphic content again, as Yoichi Wada would put it. Where Yoichi Wada's big deal was, if you guys don't know, president of Square Enix 2 presidents ago, so before Kiryu and before Matsuda, Yoichi Wada proposed this idea of essentially like making different types of content, like novels, making movies, anime, and stuff like that to incorporate into the kind of universe of a game. Final Fantasy fans have a really, 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 really negative association with this. The reason is because every time that Square Enix has done it, it has sucked ass badly. It has been terrible. It has not added to the games in any profound way. In fact, arguably, especially in the case of Final Fantasy 15, there's good arguments that it subtracted a lot from the finished product versus added to it. However, you could also then look at Final Fantasy 15 and look at the sales of Final Fantasy 15 and then say, oh, well, maybe one of the reasons that Final Fantasy 15 was so successful was they had a successful anime. They had a movie that a lot of people went and watched. Some people even like went and watched it in theaters, and on Netflix. And that multimedia content actually got people into Final Fantasy 15. So, I mean, there's an argument there. The thing is that nowadays there is a crap ton of multimedia content that has been coming out, right? So, you know, The Last of Us has made sales of The Last of Us game explode, right? Fallout, the live action, has made sales of Fallout explode. List goes on and on. If you create a successful media property for Netflix or Amazon based on your game, it will skyrocket your game sales. It's been shown over and over and over again. The only catch is it just needs to be good. You know, Cyberpunk Edge Runners, probably maybe even the biggest example. Season 1 of The Witcher, don't get me started on season 2 and 3 where it immediately went to shit, but season 1 of The Witcher, incredibly successful. I think they said they sold more copies of The Witcher 3 after season 1 of The Witcher went live than they did before that. like total. It like doubled their sales or something like that. It was something that insane. Edge Runners literally saved Cyberpunk to be. Yeah, Edge Runners made like Cyberpunk sales explode. I would have never probably played Cyberpunk if Edge Runners hadn't come out. Like I probably would have never touched the game. And then Edge Runners dropped, and then I was like, "Fuck it, I'm gonna play the game. The universe for this story is like way too cool," and I went and played it. But there is a big difference between when these other companies are doing it and when Square Enix is doing it, right? So one thing that you're going to note about when other companies are doing it, it is either an adaptation of the source material in a really faithful way, such as The Last of Us, or it is something that is accessible without people having to know anything about the other piece of media. And it works together synergistically in the way that Edge Runners does with the main Cyberpunk game, right? So if we look back at the compilation of Final Fantasy VII, for example, you're not watching Advent Children alone in isolation, right? Like maybe some people did. Let me roll that back. Some of you did watch Advent Children. You watched Linkin Park AMVs to Advent Children footage. And then that is how you got into Final Fantasy VII. I've heard that story many times. I know many people who did. I watched a ton of those FMVs myself, AMVs. I get it. I totally get it. That was like the popular thing at the time. It like if you're a millennial, then like that's that's how you got into like a lot of Square Enix games probably because you saw AMVs. I think AMVs were actually like how like Kingdom Hearts even came into like my radar. Combine that with like the commercials where there was like a glimpse of like Cloud in it. And I saw like the Square Enix logo and stuff like that. I was like, oh, is this like a Final Fantasy thing? Or like anyway, all that is to say that, kind of the problem with a lot of Square Enix's attempts at it has been that you need the film either for the game or you need the game for the film. Vice versa, right? So with Advent Children, in Advent Children's case, if you didn't play Final Fantasy VII, then Advent Children is like a really cool CGI film that is completely incomprehensible, right? And with Final Fantasy XV's movie, there is basically no real conclusion unless you go and play Final Fantasy 15. And if you play Final Fantasy 15, then there is no real beginning of the game unless you go watch Kingsglaive, right? So again, it is something that has taken off, but the reason that Square fans have such a negative association with it is entirely understandable. It's because every time that Square Enix has done it, it sucked. It sucked really bad, and it requires you to basically do more homework, right? Which is a kind of criticism that you can have commonly of Square Enix games is that there's this homework kind of association with it where you have to go play all this other stuff. You have to go watch animes, read books, watch cutscene compilations, mostly of Kingdom Hearts. Some would argue, like Final Fantasy VII now, right? With like, oh, if you like really, really wanted to understand what happens, then you need to like go watch like Dirge of Cerberus cutscene movie. And then go like find out about Crisis Core and all that other stuff. There's good arguments that's not necessarily the case. I'm neither here nor there on that because I don't think it's necessary to like really get in the to read trilogy to like go and watch that stuff. But certainly you're missing certain callbacks and certain understandings of things if you don't. But the thing is that one of the reasons that all these other companies are killing it right now on that front, and then Square Enix like really dropped the ball, is just it really just comes down to the idea that a lot of this stuff needs the other thing in order for it to work, and it's not like an independent piece of art. Where if it was an independent piece of art, it would do so much better, right? Like, if you give someone something that is an independent, standalone thing, and then you go and say, oh, well, if you like that universe, you can go engage in that universe in this way and that way. And, and that's what happened to me with Cyberpunk, right? Like, I watched Edge Runners, and then I was like, okay, I really like Night City. How can I get more Night City? Well, I could go play Cyberpunk 2077. And if you're already in the Cyberpunk 2077, then you're definitely going to go watch Edge Runners and you're going to tell your friends about it. And the best part is that you can enjoy Edge Runners or you can enjoy Cyberpunk and they never even have to touch each other whatsoever. You can literally just be an Edge Runners fan and end it there. Or you could just play the game. That's it. Where again, with Square Enix stuff, I promise I don't mean this in a derogatory way. But in a way, it was kind of like the original MCU in the sense of like you had to like go and track everything down, make sure you consumed everything to like get like this bigger picture. And know how everything fits in and interacts and stuff like that. And that style is sort of on the way out. Yeah, but OG MCU was mostly good. Yeah, it was. MCU didn't really get like shit until after. I mean, after Endgame, it became terrible. But I think like leading into Endgame, actually, it was already starting to like. It was already kind of starting to overstay its course. I think you're forgetting people actually liked the MCU. You're right. I am forgetting that people liked the MCU. I am. I'm forgetting that I liked the MCU too. Back when everyone else also liked the MCU. Before it became the absolute dog shit doo-doo turd pile that it is now. And not to say that all MCU films even now are still necessarily bad, but it's just like it's far and few between. The vast majority of MCU is just not good anymore. Um, it used to be pretty tight, right? But like now it's just like now it's just like sunk cost fallacy, right? So now okay, so here's the thing. So if we know that they need to do the polymorphic content, we know that they need to make TV shows and films, and that's a great way to popularize Final Fantasy again. What do? Do they make original Final Fantasy like TV shows, movies? Do they make a show that takes place in an existing universe, like a Final Fantasy VII anime or like a Final Fantasy XIV live action? Do they and that's another thing too. Do they make a live action or do they make a CGI thing or do they make anime? Dude, there's a lot of different options here. If they really wanted to do something, I would say that they could make probably either anime or a CG film for Final Fantasy VII or for Final Fantasy XIV. For Final Fantasy VII, what I would have done, and I think that this would have been the easiest way to make Final Fantasy VII re-trilogy sales explode, right? So while Final Fantasy VII Rebirth was in its marketing lead up, I would have dropped season 1 of Final Fantasy VII, the TV series. I would have made it a CG TV series. You could have done it just like Arcane. You could have retold and even reused assets from the game itself and made a CG TV show that retold the event of Final Fantasy VII Remake in 8 episodes. So in 8 one-hour episodes, I would have told the entire story of Final Fantasy VII Remake Part 1 with CG animation using the CG assets we already made from the game. So I would have retold that entire story and then once people had already watched the show, they could just hop into Rebirth. They wouldn't even need to play part 1. They wouldn't even need to play it. They could just literally watch the show, dude. Or you could just skip the games altogether. Just keep to the show, or you can just keep to the games, or you can do both. And then when Rebirth came out, I would drop season 2 of the show. Another 8 episode, 1 hour each TV series. Again, CGI, reusing the same assets. And that would have like told the story of Rebirth. Now, that is easier said than done. You would have had to have Visual Works or a third-party studio handling it, and that would have been tough. Also, it would have been really expensive too. It would have been as expensive as another game. But that's exactly what Riot has been doing. And that has been a tremendous success for Arcane. And I don't know what League of Legends numbers are, but I'm pretty sure they're doing pretty well after the success of that show. That sounds like canonizing a chapter 12/13 option. You're right. Never mind. They shouldn't do it. You're right. You're right. That's a terrible idea. They'd have to canonize a gondola character. That would like, oh my god. That would be awful. You're right. Never mind. They shouldn't do it. People would kill each other. FF7 isn't that good for TV/movie. Meanwhile, you can make a great show about Emmett Selkspaz. I think FF7 would work really well for a TV show or a movie, but I also think that you can make a great show about Emmett Selkspaz too. I think you could definitely do both of those. The only catch is that whatever is happening in the show needs to be independent of whatever is happening in the game, and they need to just straight up touch only in like, you can have references in side quests and stuff to the things happening, or like whatever is happening in the TV show. Like Cyberpunk got a patch where it patched in stuff that is like, oh, this is connected to Edge Runners, but it never goes deeper than that. It never goes like, oh, if you didn't watch Edge Runners, then fuck you. And that's the problem with a lot of the Square Enix multimedia, is that where it's like, oh, you didn't play that mobile gacha? Well, fuck you. You don't get Kingdom Hearts 4. Like, Kingdom Hearts 4 is not for you, bro. Go watch the mobile translations on YouTube. And it's just like, that's not a good way to get more people interested in your property. If anything, people are going to feel like it's labor to get into the property rather than, you know, it's something that's just easy to do and fun to do. Before Crisis would be a perfect opportunity to make an expanded universe TV show for FF7. Yeah, for sure. But even then, though, it does get tough, because then it's like, because then they would definitely reference the show in the game, and then, yeah. Turks anime, please. Also, thank you, Giant Monkey Butt, for the $2 super chat. I appreciate you. Yeah, Turks anime would be good. I think that would also be like a perfect place to kind of do it. But in either case, yeah. Is the Nier anime kind of a outlier, kind of? The Nier anime was phenomenal, but the problem with the Nier anime was that I've never seen, well, I won't say that I've never seen, because the release of Stone Ocean for JoJo's was like an abomination. But like, the release for the Nier Automata anime was fucking dreadful, man. It was so bad. It was so bad. There were so many problems. The two biggest problems with the Nier Automata anime was the releasing fucked up the momentum of that anime's hype tremendously. like Terra bad, ruined the entire hype for that anime like I've never seen before. Because it started off strong and people were into it, and then they did like this weird releasing structure and it just killed the hype. Stone Ocean again, same situation. Because I think Stone Ocean is actually way better than Golden Wind, personally. JoJo fans, don't at me, but Stone Ocean is way better than Golden Wind. But Stone Ocean didn't get like a fraction of the hype that Golden Wind got. And I think that, again, this is hot takes. Most of you guys probably don't even watch JoJo's like that. But I think Golden Wind's like the weakest, probably the weakest part. Actually, no. Well, Golden Wind is on the weaker end of JoJo's. I'm sorry for all the Golden Wind stands, but like if I had to rank him, Golden Wind is on the weaker end. And like I think Stone Ocean though, I put Stone Ocean like closer toward like my S tier of JoJo's. And like Golden Wind still got more hype because it had a great release structure behind it. Everyone around me is getting sick and I'm dodging Rona like Neo. So let's go. Thank you so much, Black Lion Guard, for the tier 1. JD, thank you for the tier 1. Thank you guys so much. I appreciate it. You guys are the best. Yeah, I'm super excited for Steel Ball Run to finally come out too. Stone Ocean is underrated and Netflix severely butchered the hype for that. Yeah, Stone Ocean like got the hype killed by Netflix. And that's exactly what happened to the Nier anime, right? Because the Nier anime was fucking awesome. But if you didn't keep up with it, and you had to try to keep up with it because the releasing schedule for it was, again, an abomination. All I know about the Nier anime is whenever Audrey tweeted about it. Yeah. Because dude, I'm telling you, the release of it fucking sucked. And the Nier anime was good. I would probably say it's a favorite anime of all time. It's on the list. But nobody would even fucking know it. Like, I talked to, like, big Yoko Taro heads about the Nier anime, right? Like I'm talking about, like, people who got me into Nier. And I'm like, yo, did you catch, like, the latest episode of the Nier anime? And motherfuckers were like, is that even good? There's a Nier anime? Like, I think I heard about it. And I'm like, yo, you motherfuckers are the one that got me into Nier. You got me into it. And they're like, oh, yeah, I know that. And I'm the one that was like, yo, this is amazing. Are you watching? No, they didn't give a damn. So, yeah, I mean, even the fact that, like, this chat, right? Like, this is, like, Square Enix core audience. Like, it does not get, like, more core audience than, like, the people in this chat for, like, Square properties. And the fact that you guys, like, half of the people in here, you guys are like, what? A Nier anime? Was it good? Shows you how botched the release of that anime was. Oh, Hian, what's up, man? I saw your episode, Hian, recently that you did with Mike on Resident Arc. It was really good. It's a great episode, man. Ziakwa, thank you so much for the super chat. Looking really good, my friend. All the hard work you have been putting in has been paying off in all respects. Dude, thank you so much. I appreciate that a ton. Thank you. Minus dropping that barbell on my rib cage. I think so too. In some ways, the hard work is beating me up, dude. The Persona 5 adaptation caused people to generally think most adaptations of video games are bad. Tweewee and Nier got hurt by it, in my opinion, since it's a direct adaptation of the game. No, 100%. 100%. Even I skipped the Tweewee anime because I was like, it's gonna suck. It's gonna be like another Persona anime. Like, that was like what I was thinking in my head. I was like, oh, they're gonna do another P5 anime. The P5 anime is the most disappointing thing ever, right? So if I had to rank the Persona animes, Repadesky, the rib is good, man. It's just a little tender. If I had to rank the Persona animes, like, most people would actually put the P4 anime on top. But I would actually put the Persona 3 movies on top. And I only just recently watched the Persona 3 films. But actually, the Persona 3 films are like insanely underrated. And I mean, don't get me wrong, all three of those animes have tremendous problems with them, right? Like the P3 films, the P4 anime, the P5 one, they all have like some problems. But the one that I walked away with the most appreciation for was the Persona 3 films. And then after that, Persona 4, and then dead fucking last forever is the Persona 5 anime. The reason I walked away with such an appreciation for the Persona 3 films is that they have like some of the most stunning visuals in them ever. Like if you go look at the P3 movies, they have insane visuals. Like I don't know how to describe it, but like the P3 movies got like this Evangelion like look to them. The Dark Hour looks like insane. It's like it's kind of horrifying even, right? Like there's no way I can like really describe it. But the Dark Hour looks sick. It looks so sick in let me pull this up. We're going to react to this in a second. This video got no views, by the way. And I don't actually understand why that happened, because this is actually a pretty interesting Hamaguchi video about Rebirth and Aerith and like some like really like crucial Rebirth stuff. But like we'll watch that in a second. I need to rant about Persona for a minute. But yeah, the Persona 3 films, they do happen to be on a certain platform, a platform that I may or may not be streaming this to right now. And yeah, you can just like maybe search it up on the red play button platform, and you might find all of the you might find all of the Persona 3 films on there by accident. So wait, Skylian, you haven't played Rebirth yet? This video is spoilers for Rebirth. Wait, everyone in here has finished Rebirth other than Skylian, right? Like, I still haven't finished it yet? Oh my god. Oh my god. What do you guys like? You guys know the ending though, right? Like, you guys know kind of. It's about to begin in 15 minutes? Wait, is it? I thought that was just a pre-show. Can you link me, Kino? Oh wait, yeah. Well, I think because I thought it started at like in 45 minutes. I thought it just link me anyway, Kino, so that I can just have it. Tell these motherfuckers to buy Fantasian Neo Dimension. It's so good. Okay, so let me tell you something though, real quick, about that, and like something that like really pissed me off. I'm sure that Ian will probably share in this with me because he's a big Fantasian stan. I was really aggravated when people were like, no, it's a mobile game port. I'm not gonna buy it. $50 overpriced. And I was like, dude, it's so disrespectful to call that game a mobile game port. And I'm like, anyone who's played it will tell you that that's like straight up disrespectful. It's like always been a console quality game, but it landed on Apple Arcade first. And I promise you, if you spend like 2 or 3 hours with that game, you're gonna be like, yeah, I wouldn't really call Fantasian a mobile game. Like that's like a little reductive to like call Fantasian like a mobile game, because that game is like Crossy. That's, I mean, not Crossy. That's me. That's Kino. I mean, that's my stream that you leaked. That's funny. Ah, I was getting ratioed in your Facebook group about it. Dude, I fucking hate that. That makes me so mad. Anyone who's played that game knows that is not a mobile game, right? Like people think that it's like an offline port of a gacha. Like that's what people think that like Fantasian is. And that annoyed the crap out of me because I'm like, no, 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 no. You need to understand Fantasian is like is like a console quality tier game. It just happens to be on mobile. Yes, but like it's a console quality game. It's not like a oh, this is like a shitty like, gotcha waifu game and you like pull characters or like anything like that. Not to disrespect all gotchas. There's some good ones. But I'm like, people were thinking that it was that. Giant Monkey Butt, thank you for the super chat. Fantasia is the PS1 the PS1 era FF I've been waiting for. Yeah, exactly. It's a PlayStation 1 era FF, and it was for Apple Arcade because Apple paid for the whole game. And it's awesome too because Sakaguchi got to make this like really weird game that like nobody else would fund. Like, could you imagine Sony or Microsoft or Nintendo funding this like diorama game? Nobody else would have went for that. And I was like, I was sure at first. I was like, I asked Sakaguchi when I spoke to him, I was like, was the development of this cheaper? Because you got to do it, like with physical dioramas instead of like pre-rendering all the backgrounds. And funny enough, he was just like, he's like, actually, no, it wasn't that much cheaper than it would have been like making it with CG. He's like, because the dioramas were actually pretty expensive, right? So one can kind of conclude that he just like, Apple gave him, this checkbook, and he was like, if you're giving me, if you're letting me write my own check, I'm gonna make the kind of game that I want to make, and that's it. And I think that's based as fuck. I think that's awesome. And so literally we'll probably never get another diorama game because it's not even cheap to make. I was thinking that like, oh, hey, maybe making like the physical backgrounds was actually cheaper than, you know, doing like full CG backgrounds. But the dioramas themselves were actually incredibly expensive, and like once you factor all of that in, it actually wasn't that much cheaper. So that's still pretty insane. It's also something important to view it through the lens of a AA production. Only about 30 people worked on the actual game, and they slapped it together doing remote work during COVID. Okay, but that's also a good point too, right, Ian? Because I think, to my understanding, like what happened is that they had like an external studio essentially doing the dioramas. So it wasn't internal. It was like it was another studio entirely, and they just got the scans and stuff in, and then they were able to put it into the game, and so it ended up being a lot more feasible. Andrew, thank you so much for the super chat. Keep up the awesome content. Love from the UK, dude. Thank you so much. Love the UK. Got to visit the UK earlier this year for the first time ever, and I hope to go back many more times after that, especially the way the US is going right now. Yeah. When the camera is zoomed out in Fantasian, dioramas look brilliant. Anytime it's zoomed in for cutscene, it looks bad, which I don't get. Did they not take closer pictures and instead just enlarge existing one? It's like moments like that that make me question its price tag. It might have been a situation where storage was a concern for them, especially with Apple Arcade devices. And so they didn't do like a tremendous amount of like super ultra high res stuff. You could also probably see the flaws of the dioramas more if you did that type of HDification. You might would need to like Photoshop it more aggressively. Yeah, they had several workshops doing the dioramas externally, and they likely spent most of the budget on that. Hence the game itself being rough around the edges. That makes sense. But see, that's ideal, right? You want these games that are made by under 100 people. But the problem is, it's really hard to produce graphics uh, with staff that small. And I mean, most of a development studio, like most of the people working on a game, it's purely just graphics, right? Like most of the work, most of the manpower that goes into that stuff. Um, you know, the original game had to be limited to 4 GB total for mobile devices. Yep, that makes perfect sense. And so when you factor in that type of limitation, and that's probably why it was like that. Yeah, because if it was like the game was like targeted for like PS5 and PC from like the start, it would have been probably way more high res in terms of the background. I think the actual stream, but then again, we did see P3 and Metaphor during the pre-show last time. We could take a look at the pre-show. Um, pre-show is going to be starting soon. I do want to watch this FF7 video so bad. I don't want to spoil it for anyone in the chat, but I feel pre-show starts at 7. Okay, so then is the Game Awards? Wait, oh, 7 whose time? Because 7 my time and 7 your time is not the same. Are we talking Eastern? I legit think the $50 asking price is too much because the port itself doesn't feel quality for nearly the full price of a game. Least of all, when next month we get a fully remastered Tales of Grace F, which seems much better port, only $35. It's probably the voice acting. That's why. That's what they wanted to pay for. Yeah, the dioramas, the actual backgrounds are a bit rough because the tech is really novel. They aren't just images, they're images projection mapped into 3D topography in real time. And that also presented some issues. Yeah, and you can kind of see some of the roughness of that in Neo Dimension, where there is some times where I could kind of see like some polygonal weirdness happening because it was so much more high resolution when I was looking at it. I was like, oh, yeah. Oh yeah, the after years and FF4 are coming to Apple Arcade. I actually think Apple Arcade is a cool deal, by the way. I think that Apple Arcade is severely underrated by gamers. I think that everything gamers talk about and then they say they're anti Apple Arcade doesn't make sense. Apple Arcade is like the best thing that could possibly happen to mobile for gaming, like straight up. It is literally, for those who aren't familiar with how Apple Arcade works, it is literally Game Pass, right? But for mobile phones. And so you pay a subscription fee and you get full games that have no gotcha monetization or any other type of monetization in them whatsoever, right? So you get an entire game library and the devs don't need to actually like do anything else in order to monetize on it. They can just make money from you playing the game in the same way like with Game Pass subscriptions, right? And they distribute the money out from there. That, and they also pay developers out for the exclusivity. It's a really, 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 really good deal. Right. So if you could, pay and have all the mobile games be legitimately just games, wouldn't you do it? Like, I think that's cool. I think that's awesome. Right. But the problem is that a lot of people are like, I'm not paying $10 a month for games. But I'm like, but you'll spend like $200 on Genshin. Like, you know what I'm saying? So I'm like, how is that? Okay. I do want to watch this really quickly. If anyone is sensitive to Rebirth spoilers, um, come back. The video is only 5 minutes. You can come back in like 15 minutes when the show's starting, and we'll be done. But I do want to watch it because I think it's really interesting. Okay, let's give it a watch real quick. I don't mean to kick out Oshata and Skylian because I love you too. But I think everyone else in chat pretty much is beating Rebirth. So let's just watch this real quick. Oh, sorry, let me unmute it.
This is the very last scene in the game, actually, and you can see, obviously, from the screen here, we've got the white whispers and the black whispers, and they're all moving around, and waving around the area on the way the player sees it. And obviously, we really needed the player to see this scene in order to set the background for what comes next. So yeah, obviously Cloud moves forwards, getting closer and closer to Aerith here, and the directions that the different whispers come from are different. Actually, the white whispers actually come from ahead of where Cloud is walking, like a headwind coming towards him, whereas the black ones are actually more gathered around him and they revolve around his body.
そうですね。まずここのシーンでユーザーにこう。
So what we were really trying to achieve here and really get the player to feel was obviously this scene, a very famous scene from the original game, and everyone who played the original will know the outcome of this scene and what happens. So it was really to give the player that feeling of anticipation that they really need to get to Aerith in time in order to maybe stop what was about to happen and change what happens to her fate. So then we want to throw in a curveball and really have something unexpected to surprise players here. So when Cloud finally does get to where Aerith is kneeling, the black whispers like come around him and sort of trying to influence him and take him over. And it's looking at this point like it would actually be Cloud who then strikes the killing blow on Aerith. So this is why we then decided at this particular point to actually have the player interact with it and do some inputs here with the L and R buttons. And obviously you're not really sure. We wanted the player to be doubting the whole time whether they're trying to stop Cloud from doing this or whether they're actually going ahead and doing this and it'll be their fault when she dies anyway, and really to have that doubt in their minds. We also tried to communicate the feeling of an unescapable destiny, an unescapable fate, because we always use the haptic triggers really cleverly here. The idea that when you first start pressing the buttons, they feel really heavy and stodgy, and then as you're doing it slowly, it gets lighter and lighter to feel like, okay, if you're going with the flow of fate, then it's going to let you do that. And then this is where we think the moment in the game that everyone was waiting for and looking forward to see the most, and what happens at the end of this scene. So I think this is the next thing that happens here. There's been so many different opinions and interpretations of this among the fans out there. So I actually don't really want to go too much more into deep depth on this. And I'm not going to explain any further what is actually happening here. So basically the meaning of that is that we're handing over the interpretation of this to the player as whether you did save Aerith or whether you didn't. We want to leave that as a mystery and as something for people to speculate about. So, I mean, the one interesting thing about this particular scene here is after we released the game, I watched a lot of videos online, people are giving commentaries on their gameplay, and a lot of the times I see people who've watched this scene here and they're so struck by it and overwhelmed with confusion and wondering what's going on, that when it...
I mean, yeah.
Then moves on to the Genova boss fight after that. There's a lot of people who are just panicking and don't realize they have to get back into the game, and to see that level of confusion that we've inflicted on them through that, I think, yeah, we did a really good job. That's exactly the feeling we wanted people to have. Yeah, this is another scene which we really paid attention to the idea of this being a foreshadowing, a link into the continuing story in the third part of the game. So I'm pretty sure that I'm never going to be telling people the exact truth about what really happened to Aerith here, but it really is designed and presented in a way that lots of different people can interpret it in different ways, to give lots of different thoughts and ideas on what could have happened here. So I do understand that definitely people who have watched the ending, there'll be people who are very positive about what they saw and people who will be more negative about it as well. We do understand that. As I say, the intent here, and this is very much something that our producer, Mr. Yoshinori Kitase, set out to do with this, is he wants to create a situation where after people have finished playing Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, the second game in the trilogy, and then from there right through to when we release the third and final game, to create that discussion and really to send out an invitation to people to speculate and discuss and wonder what's going on and share their feelings and discuss and think about it right through to the release of the third game. And obviously, in order to do that, we very much had to deliberately make it something that people could interpret in a lot of different ways, and that some of them would definitely see it positively and some would be more negative about it. But to create that kind of environment where individual fans can give their opinions and their takes on it was very much in line with what we wanted to do. So I think because we are seeing that now, those kinds of conversations, that is, we pretty much achieved what we wanted to do here.
Okay, so I have some thoughts on that. I do. So I guess my issue with it is just, how should I say this? I really am not quite convinced, at least as of yet, that that discussion, that discourse is like necessarily going to be as positive for the game as just really giving us like a super emotional ending where Aerith died, you know? Like I'm still not sure that like that necessarily like would have been like a better thing to do. You know what I'm saying? Like I feel like me just walking away from that like sad about Aerith's death would have like worked better to me than like the actual like, is she dead? Is she not dead? But then also we all kind of know that she's dead anyway, right? Like it just, yeah, the mystery box. I think that like the mystery box was like really big in part 1, right? Like it was huge. It was like, you know, destiny has been defied, the unknown journey, and like, you know, what's going to happen now. And I know that they wanted to like intensify the mystery box, but I feel like I need something to keep me going. Like I needed some type of payoff, right? Essentially what I'm trying to say is that the entire story of like Re-Trilogy now hinges on like what part 3 does. To a point of where part 3 will either retroactively make the story potentially better for some, or it can like potentially be like, I don't like Re-Trilogy's story anymore because what happens when I found out the mystery box in part 3, right? Because again, you know, one of the things that we talk about too, or that I've talked about before, is that however long the mystery box goes on, proportionally speaking, people expect the payoff to be even greater, right? And so if the mystery is going to go on, it's going to be like almost a decade, really, you know, in total time from the start of the project to the end of the, well, more than that. Well, it depends on when you define the start. But ultimately, it'll be a long time. A lot of years of a lot of people's lives. And so whatever the mystery box ends up being, it's got to be fucking great. And it's got to deliver. Because of how they leaned into it this hard with both games. And so I'm not saying that they can't do it, but I am saying I wouldn't want to be the person in charge of doing it. Because that's a lot. That is a lot to deliver. So, okay, real talk with how the game handled Barra died, and lost all hope of it handling Aerith's death with a modicum of respect. Just a showed Palmer boss fight in the turret section when he should have left on a poignant death and character moment. The ending chose to throw it away. The most iconic gaming death for a mystery box is dumb. If it doesn't pay off in part 3, is retroactively worse. I hate it. Yeah, I mean, I get it. And the developers also get it, which at least gives me some faith that like they know that they have to deliver this insane thing to make it all like really pay off. So they're not unaware, right? Them having at least awareness of how big what they have to deliver is makes me at least think that or hope that they would not have planned this if they didn't feel like they could deliver on it. So I don't mean to like bring this all up like to be negative about Rebirth before the Game Awards. I am hoping that either it or Metaphor wins, just to be clear. But I just thought that was like an interesting video for discussion. But also too, I don't feel like theories are quite like I don't feel like theories are quite like where they were like in the first game. Because what's funny is that we actually have like more theory stuff in this game. I think by far, like there's more stuff to talk about, like where things could go. But actually, there's a lot less people talking about it, and I find that really interesting. If Takahashi or Matsuno were writing it, it'd be one thing, but yeah. I mean, I don't know. I think I don't know. I don't know. It's just a lot. No one's ever seen like what they're trying to do before. Maybe I don't know. It could be like an Evangelion thing where they lean into it being a rebuild. Um, I think that's kind of the big thing about Part 3, right? Is that Part 3 may finally answer if this is a sequel or it's actually a remake with these changes just baked in. Every person you talk to thinks it's something different and also thinks that you're an idiot for thinking differently than them. I've talked to a guy just recently and he was very adamant about it being a remake, but I've also talked to people who are very adamant about it being a sequel. And anytime I say something definitively one way or another, the comment section is always, yeah, you're mostly safe from Rebirth spoilers now. We're just talking about general re-trilogy discourse at this time. I'm not going to mention anything specific that happens in the ending at this point, so you're good. But I am going to mention that it is yet another ending like part 1. So there's that. But I don't think that's a spoiler. They said it all leads up to Advent Children. Sadly, how different can they make it? They said that it all links to Advent Children, which is the word that they've used, and they've used the word links specifically. So I find that word choice interesting because links doesn't necessarily have to mean it chronologically follows Advent Children. It could also mean that it is connected to Advent Children in a different sense. Like, to be honest though, with people worried about the Rebirth spoilers who dipped out, I don't even think you can spoil Rebirth because if you watch the ending, nobody really can tell you what the fuck happened. Even if you played Rebirth, you can't spoil it because who can actually like tell you like literally what all that was? I don't know. It couldn't be me. I physically can't spoil it because I can't explain what I witnessed. So yeah. Nobody can tell me what happened. I mean, people can tell you their interpretations, but like legitimately speaking, like I don't even know like I don't even know like how to spoil it because it's just like it's so yeah. I think they're trying to reframe the AC scene where Cloud sees Zack plus Aerith. Yeah, maybe. But anyway, this is all what they want. They want us to have discussions about it. You know, they even said like before the game came out, they were aware that some people were going to hate it and some people were going to love it, and they actually made it with that intention of it being kind of confusing and nobody really being able to necessarily process it. I don't think that makes it bad inherently, by the way, because I know some people would kind of disregard it on that premise, and that's not why I have some criticisms of it. Because again, some of my favorite media kind of it will be trippy in that sense, and I don't think that that's a bad thing necessarily at all. I just think that again, with the information I know now, that information may not be the case after the third part comes out, but like I do think that like I don't know, like I think that carrying Aerith's body to like the water using a slow walk sequence would have been like the most profoundly heart-wrenching slow walk sequence in the history of video games. At least for me. Like just having that moment where you walk her to the water and lower her down, and like you have Cloud and the party in tears would have probably been really effective for me if directed and shot really well with a great arrangement of Aerith's theme. I think that like would have hit me like a ton of bricks. Like the 175-pound barbell that I dropped on my fucking chest and all damn near cracked my rib cage. Are you sure that won't happen in part 3? I'm not. It still can. But I don't know if it would be as effective in part 3 either. It can be. It's not that it like is like heart lucked out of it. It's just that whatever scene that they fit that reveal into, it'll have to call back the feelings in that moment. You know what I'm saying? Like are you worried part 3 will sympathize with Sephiroth too much? Ever Crisis is already setting it up. I know it is. I mean, I think that's like seemed to be like their intention, right? Is to make like this sympathetic Sephiroth because you see more of him, and the more of him that you see, the more of him that you feel this need for him to, I don't know, be a guy that's like not completely terrible. And I do think that Ever Crisis is setting it up, but I don't think he'll be redeemed or anything. Clearly they can't make it so that Sephiroth is like good now. And they've even said as such, they'd never make a villain higher on their tier than Sephiroth, which is a good thing. I don't know. Here's the problem. They put themselves in a lose-lose situation. The purpose was to bring in old and new fans, and they did little to satisfy either. They effectively dropped the ball on an iconic scene, and newcomers have no idea what the fuck they saw and got no emotional impact from it, right? I have seen some people like cry over it, like streamers who were like playing it for the first time. They were in like tears. So I don't know. Maybe some people did get like an emotional impact from it. I legitimately don't know. Andrew, thank you for another super chat. I think one of the biggest tasks will be the inclusion of the weapons. How do you think the party will face against them? That's like the most exciting thing about part 3 for me, is because I think that they have not let down the spectacle aspects and the quality of the fights in the re-trilogy at all. Like they're all like very immaculately done. And I don't think they're going to drop the ball with the weapon fights. I think that they are going to be some of the best shit you've ever seen. Easily. Easily. I don't know if they'll quite be like spectacle-wise, like as bombastic as the icon fights. Like I don't think it'll be like a crazy thing like you're running up Titan, but I also think it doesn't need to be either. Because one thing I think that Re-Trilogy does better than like 16 did, for example, is that with 16, it's high spectacle fights like the Titan fights, like Titan Lost, was more of a set piece fight than it was an actual gameplay moment, which for the most part, you could actually say that about most of the icon fights, where the icon fights were really just cutscene and QTE, and then you got to fight like a little bit as a free, but it's not like it was a super intense like I can do like a 2-hour essay about like why this is a well-designed boss fight type scenario. It was really just like, oh, this is really cool. But I think if you like remove the spectacle aspect from it, it wasn't like it was like a this is a boss fight with the depth of something like a Soulsborne game, like a Soulsborne boss fight or anything like that. They were really good cutscenes and visuals, but like the actual fights themselves were not like a super deep affair. And in fact, the deepest fights in Final Fantasy 16 are not the icon fights. They're like, they're the human fights as Clive. Like that is where the combat system is at its best, and the icon fights are like, okay. Leviathan is hands down the best icon fight. It's not even close. Kuzunoa, thank you so much for this super chat. I appreciate it, man. Thank you for hanging with us through the Rebirth stuff. I don't think FF7 needs to be QTE explosive in combat. They have everything. Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. I'm like, I don't think the spectacle will be as high as 16's, but I think the actual fight itself will be better, is what I'm saying. I think that like the actual fight itself against the weapon will be challenging, and also like an actual like fight that is like well designed. Whereas I think with a lot of the icon fights, it wasn't like, oh, this is an immaculately like well planned out fight like from beginning to end. It was just more like this was like a really cool spectacle thing. The cutscenes were awesome, the visuals were awesome. But it's not like, you know, you guys know what I mean. Odin was the best fight in the OG game. Yeah, no, 100%. 100%. Because a lot of people will say it was Bahamut or Titan Lost. And I was like, no. I was like, the spectacle of Bahamut and Titan Lost was the best. But the actual fight, Odin was the best fight in base 16, like by a mile. Guys, I know, again, thank you for another super chat. I think it pulls off Sephiroth being reminiscent in a similar vein of Emmett Selk. I'll totally be on board and blown away. Sorry, the last super without text, my bad. No, you're good. You're good. I appreciate it so much. I think that's like where they're going. So Sephiroth is going to be a lot more empathetic. They've already set up for it in Ever Crisis. But I think they have to bring that Ever Crisis stuff into the main FF7 Re-Trilogy too. And like one of the things too is just that Part 3 is going to have so much stuff going on. Are we done with the spoilers? Yes, we're done with the spoilers. Even the stuff I'm talking about, I'm avoiding spoilers. we're not talking spoilers anymore. But yeah, I do think that Sephiroth is going to be a lot more. There are going to be people who probably say he did nothing wrong at the end. I think making Sephiroth a relatable villain makes him less interesting and conflicts with his archetype and symbolic use in the original game, but I'll spare everyone the essay. I agree. I agree. And that's the thing, is that it doesn't mean that they can't still end up making a really good, interesting conflict with the new Sephiroth. It just means that like the old Sephiroth was also kind of his own thing, and probably going to be some people that prefer that no matter what, compared to like what they do with the new Sephiroth. Now there are people that say Emmett Selk did nothing wrong. People will be stupid no matter what. No, listen, Emmett Selk didn't do anything wrong. Like legitimately, he's innocent. I get it. I get it. I get it, bro. I get it. My biggest fear though with part three, and again, this is not spoilers for Rebirth, but my biggest fear for like part three is that we just won't have any answers by the end of it. I mean, not no answers, but I feel like we'll just like kind of like walk away from it being like, I don't really understand. Even still, that would be like my biggest like worry about part three would be like, because again, not spoiling Rebirth for those that haven't finished, but Rebirth doesn't really give any answers. I don't think that counts as but yeah, that's like an expectation setting thing. It's not really an answer thing. So but we're hoping that like part three is like the answers that you've been waiting for. But then something tells me that they'll just be like, there are no answers. The answer is your interpretation, how you felt about it. Is the is the answer. The real arbiters were the friends we made along the way. And then that's how it ends. If base ending is if part three bridges into the PS1 sequence with the implications that remake was just something PS1 era saw in the Mako like in the alley, that was actually like my like shit brain theory, Ian. Was that like I was like, I'm gonna make like an insane theory, and I'm just going to say that Final Fantasy VII Re-Trilogy is not a sequel. It's actually a prequel to OGFF7. And that actually you like fix the timeline or whatever the fuck is going on. And the reality is that you know, fate like can't be defied, and like the original PS1 ending was the ending that was like meant to be, and so reality has been destroyed. Go play the original. Like I that's like my like shit brains like theory that I don't know if it'll happen. All right, guys, give me like 1 second. I'm gonna go to the bathroom before we like officially start this stream in like 5 minutes. So oh, we're back. Noah, thank you again for another super chat, bro. So am I still huffing copium, or are we getting Tactics or 9 remasters and remakes today announced? Maybe, maybe it's not impossible. It is not impossible that we do get FF9 or Tactics. I think Tactics may even be more realistic at this point to expect. But I do think we're supposed to have some really big announcements at this show. At least that's what industry people have been saying, like stuff that's going to make you go, whoa. So I do think FF9 remake could totally be that. I don't think it's out of the question whatsoever. So, did you like FF15 or 16 better? That's an interesting question. I don't know if I have a straight answer. I think that Final Fantasy 16 has better combat. Like all day, I'd rather play 16 combat than 15 combat for sure. But I do think that Final Fantasy 15 has more of an intangible Final Fantasy quality to it than I feel like 16 had. And I do think that you can boil that down to party members, a better villain like Arden, and a lot of loose FF concepts that I feel like still were probably a little bit better implemented in 15 than say 16. But I do think that 16 definitely has way more high points and is probably a technically better game than 15. A major big bear for me was the summon battles. The VR seems kind of lazy. They could have added some fantastic lore. Again, Andrew, thank you for the super chat. I agree, man. Like, if the summons were like fights that you could find in the world, the summons would have had a lot more impact, right? VR made sense for like when we were in Midgar, but like when we're out in the world, the VR stuff kind of sucked. Like, I just wanted to find the summon instead of having the rhythm game. How come I just couldn't find the summon in that location and then fight it, right? That would have been so much cooler than like the VR sim. So that's one thing I hope Final Fantasy 17 does. Giant Monkey Butt, thank you for the super chat. FF7 Part 3 is going to end with a screen that says reconnecting. Don't do that to us, dude. Don't do that to us. Okay, let me unmute the stream here. It's not gonna say reconnect Kingdom Hearts. That's so funny. That's so funny. Don't do that to me. But again, I really don't think that there is a chance that Part 3 will not be like this conclusive answer to all of our questions. And I don't expect or even want it to answer necessarily everything, but I do want to be able to walk away from like FF7 and the re-trilogy and say that the mysteries were satisfying and that I got what I needed and wanted out of it, so... Chatley gonna be in Cage 4? That'd be funny. Actually, I weirdly think Chatley would be like a good fit for Cage. Are you guys ready for the ultimate disappointment that you've ever seen in your fucking life? Seven, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
What's up, everyone?
Oh, she's the host again.
And
nice.
Welcome to the 2024 Game Awards opening act presented by State Farm. We are counting down to the main event, our 10th anniversary
thank you for
show.
the super chat. Never getting over verses.
We are more
Me too,
than
brother.
a pre-show. We are the extension of a program so packed that we need to start it early. Tonight, we are coming to you live from the Peacock Theater in Los Angeles to celebrate the best in gaming from the past year, with special performances from Snoop Dogg, 21 Pilots, surprise guests, and world premieres that will blow your mind, including Mafia: The Old Country, Borderlands 4, and more. In fact, I have one ready to reveal right now, and it's a very special one to kick off our 10th anniversary.
What is this? Yeah, a lot of people are saying Ninja Gaiden. Is this like a Ninja Gaiden pixel game? Or is this like a remaster of an old Ninja Gaiden? Nice.
There it is, Ninja Gaiden Ragebound coming in summer 2025. It's the new title from Dotemu, the publisher behind Streets of Rage 4 and TMNT.
No, I've never played a Ninja
Revenge.
Gaiden game before, so I
That
would know.
announcement makes a killer
Should I?
segue into our first award category tonight, Best Fighting Game. Here are the nominees. Dragon Ball Sparking Zero. Grand Blue Fantasy vs. Rising. Marvel vs. Capcom Fighting Collection, Arcade Classics. Multiverses. And Tekken 8.
Dragon
The
Ball,
Game
not it's
Award
Tekken 8.
goes to-
It's Tekken 8.
Oh, look at that. Tekken 8.
Tekken 8.
Thank you to all gaming community and Tekken community. And thank you to my development team and marketing team in all regions. And we will continue to update and to improve Tekken 8. So stay tuned and don't
Waffle
ask me
House and
for-
Tifa, yes. Yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Congratulations. And now, a new kind of cozy game that is unlike anything you've played before.
Bro, my cozy game is fucking Bloodborne. Alright? That's my fucking cozy game. Fuck is this? You know what?
I've been away for far too long,
Oh no.
but now I'm on my way back.
License the music. License the music, chat. Actually, you know what? I'm not gonna lie. My girlfriend would probably play the shit out of this. Oh my god. Yeah, dude, she'd play the shit out of this. Looks cringe? No, actually, I don't think it's actually that bad. I actually think that's kind of a cool idea for a game. I'm not gonna lie. I think that's actually kind of tight.
lies a tome covered in blood, titled "Top Ways to Conquer the Spire."
It's basically like
Find this
Tetris.
manuscript highly suspicious.
What is this? Divorce the
because it's
game?
covered in
Dude, it's
blood.
Divorce Tetris.
You read the book,
Is this Hades?
covering your hands in blood.
The art style looks like Hades. Oh no, it doesn't. It's definitely not. Definitely fucking not. Turn it down just a hair so that the audio is more balanced. Not that it's gonna matter, because I'm sure I'll be like screaming later. So, but just so that maybe like right there. Oh wait, I think. Oh yeah, I think my brother plays this. It's like a mobile game, right? Actually, yeah, my brother at Thanksgiving was showing me this game. Or I guess the first one, since there's a second one now.
That was the first look at the gameplay of Slay the Spire 2. I'm thrilled because there's a new Slay the Spire, but also terrified because I just got over my crippling addiction to the first, so the cycle continues. Anyway, after the show, be sure to head over to TikTok and share your best gaming highlights from 2024 with #GamingOnTikTok. And now it's time for our next award. Best VR AR Game. And the nominees are Arizona Sunshine Remake, Asgard's Wrath 2, Batman Arkham Shadow, Metal Hellsinger VR, and Metro Awakening.
I don't know any of these.
The Game Award goes to
North Blue, what's up?
Batman Arkham Shadow.
Okay, I would have voted for Batman anyway. Because that was like the most recognizable thing on the list.
I just want to accept this award on behalf of my colleagues at Camouflage. You guys did some of the best work of your careers, and I have a feeling that the best is yet to come. The company we work for, Meta, has been a great place to work, and for Oculus Studios, all the support that you provided to us to help us get the game over the line, including our sister studio over at Sanzaro that developed the incredible Asgard's Wrath 2. That was a big, made this category very competitive this year. I also want to thank Warner Brothers and DC for entrusting that incredible Arkham franchise and allowing us to build a sequel to that incredible foundation that Rocksteady and Warner Brothers Montreal provided to us. And then lastly, to the amazing crew and cast to this game, Roger Craig Smith, Troy Baker, Elijah Wood, Tara Strong, Kari Payton. You guys crushed it. You guys are award-winning as far as we're concerned. Thank you for what you brought to our game.
Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you.
Since 2018, the TGA Global Gaming Citizen Program has recognized individuals doing their part to better the world through games. This year's recipient makes games that protect nature and fight climate change. Here's the story of Laura Carter, CEO and founder of Trees Please Games.
I've worked in games for the best part of 20 years. PlayStation, Disney, Us2 Games, Square Enix. I loved working there. I loved working on such massive games, but I actually had a sense of guilt. In parallel with my games career, I've always had a passion, or actually don't like to call it a passion, I like to think of it more as a sort of a purpose for making a difference in the world.
Nice tree. It's comfy.
We're less than 20 years away from climate collapse. And for me, that's incredibly scary, both for our future, but for my children's future. It struck me that there was such an opportunity to use these games.
Yeah, my favorite
reaching
climate
hundreds
change
of
game is
people
Final
to
Fantasy
create
VII.
awareness about what's happening in the world.
That's my favorite climate change
So when
game.
you play Longleaf Valley, you're restoring and saving a national park. And then as you're playing, you're actually collecting tree tokens to plant a real tree. Our players together have planted over 1.6 million trees now. But it's amazing to know that together we are making a real difference.
And that's a DMCA right there. That's what that is, gentlemen. That's a DMCA. We're not trying to get licensed music. I feel like every time I hear like licensed music now in a game, I'm just like, I fucking hate it, dude. I hate it so much. I'm like, hire a game composer to make something. I know that can be like somewhat of a pretentious opinion, but like, and it's not to say that you can't like use licensed music like really effectively. I actually think that like, for example, in like Final Fantasy 15, like when they got like Florence and the Machine to do tracks, that was like amazing. But like,
presented by State Farm. We're
like,
counting down to the big show with more
Stand By
world
Me, that was
premieres
great.
and awards.
But, like,
in fact, the Game
most
Awards brings so many different gaming communities
games are not
together to
doing that.
celebrate. If you want to see everything State Farm is doing in gaming, head to their website right now at statefarm.com/gaming, because like a good neighbor, State Farm is there. And now we have our next world premiere from the legendary creator of Deus Ex, Warren Spector. This is Thick as Thieves.
Another night on the town. Let's see what Razzo has for me.
Nice of you to turn up.
Oh, the McEwen estate. This one's always fun.
You're not the only one who thinks so.
You think they'd be working on FF17 by now? They have to be. Because if they're not, then like FF17's not coming out until like late PS6. That's how long AAA. Oh my god, are you serious? Another like licensed ass track? Like oh my god, bro. Why do we go through this all the time? Why do we go through this all the time? Oh my god. Damn, dude. I need to see like a study. Like I need to see like actual surveys, data compiled that licensed music for video game trailers like makes some type of difference in like people's interest because they use the song I guess that was popular. Maybe it is, and maybe I'm just a hater, but like I don't think it is. Thoughts on Legend of the Dragoon? Was it your jam or disliked it? It's a certified hood classic for me. I never played it, believe it or not. I've actually thought about streaming it.
Next up are our three
maybe I will.
The first is
How long is Legend of
Esports Game
Dragoon?
presented by Old Spice, and the nominees are Counter-Strike 2.
Also, Fast and Bulbous,
Dota
thank you
2,
so much for the super chat. I
League of
appreciate it.
Legends, Mobile Legends Bang Bang.
I will play it.
And Valorant. The Game Award goes to League of Legends. Next
Really?
up, for Best Esports Athlete, the nominees are 3-3, Alexi B, Chuvy, Faker,
Night Sky Prince,
Skyward,
let's go.
and Hong Kong.
Let's
The Game Award
go.
goes to
Night Sky Prince.
Faker.
Yeah, fake
And
Night Sky
finally,
Prince.
For Best Esports Team, the nominees are Billy Gaming, Gen G, Navi, T1, and Team Liquid. The Game Award goes to T1. Congratulations to all the winners of our esports categories. All right, the Game Awards opening act presented by State Farm is moving forward as we reveal 2 more world premieres. This first one is an alternate take on a legendary series from Bandai Namco.
Is this Tails? I don't know. Now this is chat, what the fuck is this? Oh, is this Pac-Man? What the fuck? Chat. Dark gritty Pac-Man reboot? Oh, that's amazing. Yo. Wait, what is this? From Yu Suzuki. Thanks. I know literally fucking nothing.
That was Steel Paws, a brand new world from a gaming legend, Yu Suzuki, known for Virtua Fighter.
They tried that with the Bomberman back on 360.
favorites,
Didn't go
Genshin
down
Impact.
well. The gritty
It
reboot of a
showcases
beloved classic.
thought-provoking
Yeah.
games with a positive social message. Here are the nominees. Closer the Distance, Indica, Neva, Life is Strange Double Exposure,
Metaphor
Senua
Refantasio.
Saga Hellblade 2.
It should be
and
nominated for
Tales
this.
of Kinzera, Zao. The Game Award goes to
Metaphor Refantasio. Never have I heard of it. Metaphor Refantasio.
Well, it is such an honor to receive this award.
Well, first I would like to thank the jury and basically everyone who voted for us. This award belongs to the entire team at Nomad Studio, Berlinist, our friends and family, and basically everyone who helped us to bring Neva to life. I would like to thank as well Devolver Digital. They were the first one. They believed in us since the beginning, and they gave us the opportunity to make 2 wonderful games. I'm looking forward to making many more in the future. And finally, I would like to thank the players.
Impact? What impact? It's like social commentary.
Resonates with them.
Like games that make positive social commentary, which is why I was like, Metaphor should have been nominated for that.
And now, another cozy game, and to introduce it is
like unironically
a thing or two about them. Cozy K.
Thanks, Sydney. Hey, Game Awards. I'm really excited to share one of my most anticipated cozy games with you, Tales of the Shire. There's so much to marvel at in the Shire. I love.
Haven't played Metaphor yet. What's the positive message? The positive message of Metaphor
endless hours in my IRL garden, and this
is
game
to
captures
punch
that feeling
Luis
so well.
Guillaburn in the fucking face. But also,
And then inside, it gets
the positive
real cozy.
message
You can
is
do a ton of decorating in your own style. You can really customize everything.
fuck our government is the positive message.
Now,
Yeah,
hop
basically.
Into the kitchen and start cooking. Ooh, the guests have arrived. Time to eat.
Actually, like real shit.
this
Like
journey through the Shire,
Metaphor
and I hope it
has
was as
like
much of a treat for you
the
as it
most
was for
brilliant
me.
social commentary
Join
in
me
it
playing
that
Tales of the
like
Shire, March 25th.
in a game I've played in a very long time. Probably like a top 5 for like that aspect alone. And I think it does it without like, you know, the way some games can be very overbearing and beat you over the head with it. I think that like Metaphor, like, it's one of those things where like Final Fantasy VII, where it's like really obvious that, hey, it's about this, but it doesn't like, I'm muting this shit. This music's annoying. Yeah, it's one of those things where it doesn't like beat you over the head with it, but it tells it in like a really profound way that like makes you resonate with it and makes you feel like, you know what, all the divisiveness in the world that is currently happening, actually we can join together and like not do all this shit, right? Like it's an illusion that we're separate tribes. We're all one people. And we should work together as one people. And it does that. It sends that message without being corny or without like beating you over the head or trying to like moralize at you. It's like really well done.
One flashlight, one gun. Use your senses and become the shadows.
Del and Basilio are best voice. Oh, absolutely.
Okay. Do you know where we're going?
Towards those, come on.
Hello? Oh, hello. Please don't shoot. No, 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 no! Oh! You killed the piano! Oh, no!
Came in from behind. Double kills?
Oh my god, who the fuck cares? Metaphor enlightens us on class consciousness and racism without pandering. Yeah, that's kind of exactly it, right? Like it talks about those things in like a deep, profound and accurate way without like, you know, trying to be that. And it sells it really well. So it's like a really necessary game, and like it's a game that will probably get through to the right people, I feel like, too.
Welcome
if
back
they play
to the
it.
Game Awards opening act. We are so close to the big show, which, oh my gosh, thank you so much. I love you too. Which, by the way, is freaking stacked this year. Let's hear it for the 10th anniversary of the Game Awards. But until then, enough. I'm kidding. I still have some incredible awards and world premieres to share with you. So let's get back into it with our next award, Innovation in Accessibility. These nominees have all made strides to make their games as playable as possible by as many gamers as possible. And they are Call of Duty Black Ops 6, Diablo 4, Dragon Age The Veilguard, Prince of Persia The Lost Crown, and Star Wars Outlaws. The Game Award goes to Prince of Persia, The Lost Crown. Congratulations.
Thank you. Merci beaucoup. We are truly honored to receive this award. As from the beginning of the project, we aim to create a fun and challenging game, but a game as accessible as possible. And it proves that accessibility doesn't dilute, but rather reinforce the core of a game. More players enjoy the thrill of exploration thanks to our screenshot marker system. More players experience the intensity and expressivity of our combat thanks to the option. It was a passion project made by an incredible team. Big congratulations to the team. I know you're watching from Montpellier.
Oh shit, I paused it on accident. My bad.
And a warm thank you to everyone who supported us, Ubisoft Global Accessibility Team, Jan, our families, our friends, and of course you.
Their team got disbanded? Yeah, I think I remember hearing that too.
Congratulations. And
sucks.
now it's the next game from Pugstorm, the Swedish team behind the indie hit Core Keeper.
Who? What? Sometimes I watch these awards and I'm just like, man, I don't know anything that's going on in the gaming world. Like, I think like I'm a pro expert, and then I hear about like all this other stuff and like all these other games, and I'm just like, what the fuck is this? And they phrase it in a way where it's like, oh, y'all already know what the fuck this is. This is that thing that everybody know about, and I'm just like, who? But I guess like, you know, like there's like this whole depth of like indie games and stuff that like we just don't even like know about, you know, because we like focus more so on the big stuff. Can I get Metaphor on PS4? Yeah. You can cross buy it, the PS4 and PS5 version at the same time, I think. Highly recommend it. If you want a good JRPG, Metaphor v Fantasio is the game to play, like 100%. I'm rooting for both it and Rebirth.
And that is the perfect way to get into
Today.
our next award, Best Family Game. Here are your nominees. Astrobot. Princess Peach
Astrobot.
Showtime. Super Mario Party Jamboree. The Legend of Zelda Echoes of Wisdom.
I think Astrobot's gonna win this.
And The Plucky Squire.
If Astrobot does beat two Nintendo games, that'll be like really crazy though.
The Game Award goes to
Does that include the physical release? I don't know if it includes the physical.
Astrobot.
Oh shit.
Thank you so much.
Astrobot is still in the running for Game of the Year, guys. Because if Astrobot lost that, I would have said it was over.
Something we've been working hard on for many years
So-
at Team Asobi. So first thing, I want to thank Team Asobi over in Japan, all 65 of you. Thank you so much. It's your heart and soul that went into this game, you know, really trying to please and put smiles on people's faces. So this is really for you. Thank you so much. You know, making a family game is important because
Good to know. Thank you so much. Here, have another super chat. Thank you for all you do, dude.
Right?
I appreciate that.
And so it's both a
Thank you.
privilege, a big responsibility as well.
Appreciate
but it's
it,
one
man.
we take very much at heart. So this award, you know, it's for the kids and the parents out there. We love you very much. Thank you very much.
Congratulations. Okay, the theater is filling up. Like, I can see heads all the way back there. The energy is huge with our main show only minutes away. But I still have 2 more world premieres for you. First up, a new and very unexpected game from a studio that was nominated for 3 awards at the Game Awards 2022.
Yo, are they about to do Seafood 2? Or no? What the fuck? Soccer? But this can't be normal soccer. This has to be like something else, I imagine. Okay. The setting is really changing. Okay. So it's just soccer.
Okay. Would you believe me if I said I only have one more
I don't get the
incredible
hook.
world premiere for you?
Like what's the hook? Like what's the part that like what's the
Best way
twist?
possible, of course.
I'm
This
confused.
Is Solasta 2.
Nice. Nice. Let's go, chat.
What can you achieve with your solitude that thousands couldn't? Not thousands.
Bro, imagine just being like, we're gonna open with a shot of her feet. CG. Detailed. You're gonna see the toenails, you're gonna see the veins, like, just like deep in the feet. 2 shots, actually, maybe. And the feet are just gonna be like in the dirt. Like. Directed by Quentin Tarantino. Dan Schneider, yeah.
That was the announcement of Solasta 2 from the Paris-based Tactical Adventures. All right, my friends, that is it for our opening act, but the 10th anniversary show is just getting started. The Game Awards main event is about to begin with tons of big awards, big new game announcements, and amazing performances by the TGA Orchestra, 21 Pilots, Snoop Dogg, and more. This is a Game Awards you definitely do not want to miss. All right, the countdown is over. The 2024 Game Awards starts now.
You know what would be great? How they can make like a Snoop Dogg performance like really crazy.
Welcome to the Game Awards.
Snoop Dogg does like a
2024.
cover of like Mass
Now,
Destruction
here's
from
your
like
host,
Persona 3.
The creator of the Game Awards, Jeff Keighley.
Like him and Lotus Juice come out together. That's what I would have done.
Good evening, everybody.
Actually, that would be based. I know.
Welcome to the Game Awards, the biggest global celebration of video games out there, and you have joined us on a very special night, our 10th anniversary. Welcome. You know, when we started TGA in 2014, we had no idea it would become as big as it is around the world. But I felt, like so many of you, that games and the people who make them and the fans deserve a moment like this. You watch this show because games are part of your identity. They mean something to you. And tonight is a tribute to
That
just
blazer
how
is
far
fucking
games have
incredible.
come, and despite the challenges our industry faces, where they are going in the future.
Jesus.
Let me just tell you, you have tuned in and joined us on a very special night.
Dang, he's getting
Our
older.
industry is
Here's what's funny
constantly
though.
evolving.
I
This
feel like
year,
whenever the
4
camera
of
is
our
like
Game of the
zoomed
Year
out,
nominees were developed in
Jeff
Japan,
doesn't look like he's
1 in
aged a
China,
day.
China's first ever nomination for Game of the Year.
I don't know how to
Guam
explain
Blanco
it.
was made by a single guy, local thunk.
You only
who's here
tell
in the audience
Jeff
tonight
is like aging
from
when
our
a
home
camera
country of
gets
Canada.
close.
Isn't that amazing?
He's actually aging pretty well, I'd
Tonight,
say,
for our
all things
anniversary
considered.
show, we are joined by many special guests. First, it is a tremendous privilege to have this man with us. Back in the 1990s, he convinced Sony to enter the video game industry with the PlayStation.
That's what Doritos and Mountain Dew
which this
does,
month
yeah.
celebrates its 30th anniversary. Please join me in welcoming the father of the PlayStation, the great Ken Kutaragi.
Ken Kutaragi? Yo!
Also tonight, we welcome a double nominee who's competing against herself in Best Adaptation. She stars in both Fallout and Arcane, the amazingly talented Ella Purnell. Welcome, Ella.
Yes, let's go.
And finally, we announced
I love her
the
little
studio
alien
first
eyes.
TGA, and in 2021, he won Game of the Year. And tonight, despite our better judgment, he's going to have the stage all to himself to reveal his next game a little bit later. Joseph Ferris, welcome back, buddy.
Yo.
Now, as always, we're recognizing an outstanding year in gaming while looking at
Hey, Waldorf.
What is it, Statler?
How long is this bozo gonna go on?
Well, that's what I've been asking for the last 10 years.
Oh!
hey, guys, yeah, up here, host, yeah, we're you know, we can hear you.
Oh, good. Can you hear this? Boo!
Yeah, please wrap it up.
Statler and Waldorf, everybody. It's the last thing we need tonight. Listen, fellas, if you don't mind, we have a lot of people here in the audience waiting to see the show.
Yeah. Speaking of a lot of people, why isn't this theater full, huh?
Yeah, we heard you always sell out.
Oh, got him.
Okay, that one was pretty
Let's
good.
keep the show rolling.
It's already rolling.
Off a cliff.
Oh!
Yo, this is literally Twitter.
Statler and Waldorf. I don't know what we signed up for. All right, well, in any case,
This
let's
is just
get
literally
this
Twitter.
anniversary started. And to present tonight's first award, I couldn't think of a better duo. He's one of our industry's greatest creative forces, alongside one of our most talented performers.
Kojima?
And they've teamed
No.
up for the newly released Indiana
Performer.
Jones and the Great Circle. Please join me in welcoming Bethesda's Todd Howard and actor Troy Baker.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Now, as you know, the Game Awards for the last decade has celebrated the best performances in games by honoring some of my peers, some of my friends, like Nolan North, Roger Clark, yes, Laura Bailey.
Actually, Troy, have you ever won this award? They do give an award for best indie game, and I think everybody here can agree you make a great case for best indie performance.
Oh. Well, thank you. I don't know about that. Thank you, though.
There was another guy though.
You mean the other guy?
He's pretty good. Pretty
Really
good.
Absolutely good.
I wonder what he thinks.
Oh shit. What the fuck?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. While you're on your feet, let's give a big round of applause to these two guys for the Great Circle. Thank you. I think this guy did a great job. If I'd known he was so good, I would have done it myself. And now, we're here to present the award for Best Performance. Here are the nominees.
Best performance.
Wow, just
Yo.
it's still going strong.
I should
Aerith.
cross over and start asking questions. I think she's going to need our help. This
I think Brianna could get it. I think she can win this one.
I know what you are.
This might be her biggest challenge right here.
The shadow will always hang over me. But
But I think she can win this one. Let's find out.
And the winner is Melinda Juergens.
Wait, no way. No way. I'm kind of surprised, given the reception of Hellblade 2 not being that great. I'm not gonna lie to you, I'm a little surprised. I thought it was gonna be between Brianna and Luke Roberts.
Oh my god, this is an
So this kind of fucked me up a little bit.
I don't know where to start. I want to big shout out to my fellow nominees. You are all incredible. I want to thank our incredibly talented.
Did anyone even play Hellblade 2?
Just so amazing.
I don't know.
Our cast, our crew, our stunt.
Why not the set? Why not Maya Sakamoto?
Such a
Because
great job. Our
this is
collaborators and especially our fans who have been so supportive.
they're not gonna judge a
Thank you so
Seiyu
much.
with
And,
English performances,
also,
but dog, like
congratulations to the Game Awards for 10 incredible years. Thank you.
that would be like you can't do that. Not fairly, anyway. And not when we're talking about voice acting.
Congratulations, Melina, our first two-time winner for Best Performance. She won back in 2017 for the first Hellblade. All right, we have lots more awards to come, but are you guys ready to get a glimpse of what's next? Yes, it is world premiere time.
Yeah, Game Awards is only English
Anniversary, I
performances
traveled the
for
world to ask developers,
so
what could you share with fans that will give a glimpse not just of what's coming in 2025, that we'll have lots of that too, but what lies beyond for the next decade of gaming. Tonight's first game announcement is an absolute honor to share with you. It
Here he
comes
goes.
from a Game of the Year winning studio whose immersive storytelling has thrilled players with every twist and turn.
Wait, what?
So
Sony
without
Santa
further
Monica?
ado,
Maybe?
Here's a look at the unexpected.
What? What is this? Unreal Engine 5, unannounced NVIDIA GeForce RTX GPU. So this is running on a 5090?
I've watched ye grow from a devilishly curious child into a remarkably young lass with much grace, wisdom.
Nice, nice. Okay. What is...
Take the easy times what shape us, nay. 'Tis how we rise to face the hard times, but...
Wait, is this The Witcher?
Even heart of gold. You've the spirit to overcome adversities aplenty. Darling. Sweeten. Today's the day. Ye fill out your destiny.
It is!
Forgive me, daughter. 'Twere my only choice.
I shall be the bringer of salvation.
Geralt.
Witcher? Witcher?
Maybe.
Whose coin did you take? Nay, you can't. 'Tis
No.
tradition.
Is that
Chosen she is.
Siri or...
No!
Oh.
You chose her.
I think this is real time because they said on Unreal Engine 5 with like a not yet released NVIDIA GPU, which tells me that it's a 5090 that this is being like rendered on, which is insane. If this is real-time graphics, this is the first next-gen game, like unironically, like actual.
Back to the village. Go, now.
Nay! I must save them! Save the village!
Save yourself! Run! To shelter! To your father!
You guys already know what they're gonna do, right?
Run!
Culture war is like gonna ignite over this. Unfortunately. Grifters are like already preparing like they made it the woker. Now. Oh my god, dude. Culture warriors are like already like dude, this is one insane way to start things off.
Cannot be changed. You cannot change anything.
Music is incredible, man. Yeah, this has to be pre-rendered. It's just too good looking, man.
Oh no, no, no.
It's all we wanted. For her to go to the woods, to go to the gods.
Gods? There are no gods here. There are only monsters.
Nice. Now that's one hell of a way to start the show, Chad. Oh my god, dude.
There you have it, the very first trailer for The Witcher 4 from CD Projekt Red. And yes, as you saw, obviously Ciri will play the protagonist in that title. And we're very excited.
Okay, so that is confirmed. Confirmed, Ciri.
Right
Nice.
out, more fun because tonight, trust me, the surprises just keep coming all night long. Right now, I am proud to present a brand new standalone game. Please watch.
Standalone game. What do you mean by that? A brand new standalone game. What is this? Is this? Is this FromSoft? Oh! Is this gonna be like an Elden Ring half sequel? What is this?
Thrown together by forces beyond our control.
Yo! Guys, maybe we will see Kingdom Hearts 4 today. Maybe we will. Maybe we will. Yo, what?
Tragedy must be averted.
What?
And for that, I need your help.
Stand tall.
Yo, parkour? Like, what is this?
Little pillager, bent on sacking the lands of gold. I will swat away any and all who dare approach.
Band together and prepare to claim.
This is incredible.
The life of the Night Lord.
Elden Ring, Night Rain? Okay, so then it probably is going to be like a half sequel thing. Release date, release date. No! Oh! Oh! Yo!
Now you know why I was so excited.
They
have
opened.
Elden Ring Night Raid is a
They
new co-op
opened with The
action-adventure
Witcher
game
4 and a
from
new
Bandai
Elden
Namco
Ring.
Entertainment and From Software. The
Bloodborne
only
2
studio
is
that's won Game
real.
of the Year twice before here
Maybe.
at the Game Awards, and it is coming next year, 2025.
Ready
Now,
for me to
trust
be
when I
insufferable
say
for another
we're
10
just
years?
getting started.
Yes,
Some
Craig.
of the biggest
I'm ready.
surprises, believe
I'm
it or
locked
not,
in.
are still to come, as well
No
as
way.
performances by Snoop Dogg and 21 Pilots. And
The
awards
Witcher
presented by
4 and a
previous
new
winners
Elden
like
Ring,
Hideo
dude.
Kojima and Sam Lake. But right now, here's news on a new platform for one of this year's Game of the Year nominees.
Time to kick it up a notch.
Oh! Oh! Yes! 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 Improved lighting, enhanced textures, yes!
The time has come.
Exactly. Exactly what I wanted.
Long-awaited reunion.
January 23rd. Oh my god, dude. Okay. Okay. Oh my god, dude. We're off to a good start. Oh my god. Game Awards. Game Awards is fucking right now, man. Game Awards is going crazy right now, dude. Oh my god.
You're messing with powers beyond your control.
I'm always in control.
Are you sure about this?
Don't worry, I do this all the time.
Find a way out before we're crushed.
Okay. Holy shit. Persona 6 and Kingdom Hearts 4 are not off the table anymore.
Comes in handy.
Is not off the table anymore. It is not off the table, man. Rebirth is coming to PC. Oh my god, dude. Oh my god, dude. Let's fucking go. Oh my god, dude. Let's fucking go. Oh. It's exactly what I wanted. Dude, we're gonna get Rebirth on PC. And it has brand new graphical features too.
Welcome back. I made it to the main show. You couldn't get rid of me that easily. For a limited time only, Prime members in the US can go to amazon.com/thegameawards to get up to 50% off select nominees: Final Fantasy VII Rebirth, Silent Hill 2, and Star Wars Outlaws.
Elden Ring will win Game of the Year 3 different times now. I know.
From HBO's House of the Dragon, please welcome Abu Bakar Salim.
Oh, they got a boo. Nice.
Thank you. Thank you. Don't worry, I'm not going to cry about my dead dad this time. But I'm here to present an award that celebrates victory. The thrill of conquering your foes in a battle where physical and mental prowess collide in a struggle.
His voice is so beautiful. Holy fuck.
Fight of your life. And no, I'm not talking about Twitter, but I am talking about the best action game. Here are your nominees.
Best action game.
So I doubt. I'm pretty sure that Wukong is gonna win this award. If it loses here, then the chances of it winning Game of the Year go down by a lot. My vote is for Stellar Blade on this category, though, by a mile.
And the Game Award goes to Black Myth Wukong.
My vote was for Stellar Blade, though.
…谢谢大家。非常荣幸能够获得这个奖项。首先要感谢每一位玩家，是你们的支持，让这样一个关于勇气和智慧的东方神话，得以在这样的一个舞台上绽放光彩。也要感谢主办方，没有在我上台的过程中设置空气墙。
Thank you, everyone. We are deeply honored to receive these awards. A heartfelt thanks to every player. It's you who brought the tale of wisdom and courage rooted in Eastern mythology to life on this stage. And of course, a sincere gratitude to the Game Awards for not placing any invisible walls on my way up here.
这份荣誉属于团队的每一位成员，也属于在幕后默默支持我们的家人和朋友们。如果没有你们，我现在大概率还在调试和增强二郎神，而不是代表团队站在这里领这个沉重的铁坨坨。
This award belongs to every single member of our team, as well as our family and friends who have supported us behind the scene. Without you, I'd be like sitting at home testing the boss rush mode and buffing Erlang instead of standing here representing our team.
最后我想说的是，《黑神话：悟空》这个游戏真的不难，尤其适合没有玩过动作游戏的玩家。相信我， 谢谢。
Lastly, I want to say this. Our game isn't hard at all. It's perfect for players new to action games. Trust me on this. Thank you.
Congratulations, Game Science. At the Game Awards, our aspiration is to create moments that define our medium and remind us all why we became fans in the first place. 5 years ago, I had the pleasure of having lunch with one of our industry's most treasured game makers.
Hideo
Just recently,
Kojima.
He finally shared an ambitious vision for his next project. Tonight, as a very special gift for our 10th anniversary, I am beyond honored to reveal this stunning new project for the first time anywhere, with an early look at real gameplay footage of this studio's highly anticipated upcoming title. Let's take a look at this announcement trailer that I'm sure will capture your imagination.
Gameplay and cinematics footage not final. Epic Game Publishing presents. From the creator of C. Oh, Ico? Oh, Santa Claus. Oh. 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 Oh.
55 seconds. 50 seconds. 45 seconds. 30 seconds. 35 seconds.
Is he making a mech game?
25 seconds. 20 seconds.
This is so visually stunning. That's a lot of text that you can't read. Very cool, though.
That was your early first look at the untitled next project from Fumito Ueda-san, a creator who pushes
Untitled
our
project.
medium forward with
Okay.
each of his incredible creations. You can just feel the emotional depth of that game in that beautiful piece. Ueda-san and Gen Design, thank you so much for this announcement reveal. Next February marks the release of Sid Meier's Civilization VII, the latest installment in one of our industry's longest running and most successful franchises. Tonight, we are honored to welcome the Game Awards Orchestra, conducted by Lauren Balfe, to world premiere the stunning theme to Civ 7, composed by Grammy Award-winning composer Christopher Tin, who joins us tonight. I think you're gonna love this. Maestro, take it away.
This is tight. Bring the monk out. Nice.
Absolutely incredible. Thank you to the TGA Orchestra and Lauren. There's much more to come from them throughout the night, including our signature Game of the Year medley. You can look forward to that. Right now, it's time to get the first look at gameplay of a project from a studio that has previously been nominated for Game of the Year.
What is this?
From the studio that brought you Star Wars Knights of the Old Republic, Part 2. Neverwinter Nights, Part 2. And Fallout 3, Part 2. New Vegas. Comes a completely original Part 2. And like all good sequels, we've included everything that should have been in the first game.
Oh, guys, and I have good news too. Rebirth is coming to Steam and Epic simultaneously, it seems. Hamaguchi just tweeted. He said, "We are excited to announce that Final Fantasy VII Rebirth will be available for PC. Pre-orders begin today, and a release is January 23rd, 2025. Steam and Epic Game Store."
2 times bigger.
Oh my god, dude. Fuck off with the licensed music. Oh my god, bro. Oh my god. No, every time, man. Every time. Every time. I just don't want to hear the licensed music. So the Rebirth PC port is coming with improved lighting, enhanced textures and models, and DSLR and VRR, and more, whatever that means.
Joseph Ferris.
So it's got a lot of good features.
All right, I can't tell you how pumped and excited I am to be here today to show you our next.
Hopefully it'll be better than previous PC ports, but we'll see.
We have a saying where we say we fuck shit up without fucking up, and no, listen. This time it's some next level shit. I'm telling you. I mean, no. What we're gonna show you is gonna be amazing. I know I sound cocky, but it's really hard not to be cocky when you have a game like this. Are you ready? All right.
That's incredible, man.
Hazelight's next co-op adventure. Go.
We sure cause a lot of explosions.
Okay, you better get ready, because I'm about to show you Hazelight's next co-op adventure called Split Fiction.
Oh no.
Get ready for a ride. You play as Mio and Zoe, two aspiring writers that hope to get published by a new tech company that can simulate their stories to life.
I can't do this. Please calm
The grifters chat, they're already
They end up in the same simulation.
What are you doing in my story? Something bad is going on.
You know what they're about to say.
They find out that their stories are about to get stolen.
No one escapes my simulation.
You know what they're about to say.
And in order to save them, they have to escape back to reality through the very worlds that they created.
Hands above your heads.
But the thing is, they're strangers, and Mio writes sci-fi, while Zoe writes fantasy. So you will, for every level in the game, jump between a sci-fi world.
Actually, this looks kind of cool. It's like a spiritual successor to It Takes Two.
We at Hazelight love
Morgana.
and you'll have a unique mechanic for every level. Let me give you some examples. In this level, you start out by finding dragon eggs that hatch.
Hey, stop licking.
And then they become a little bit bigger dragons.
Actually, this looks really cool.
But in the end, they grow up to be full-ass dragons. And now, you can fly around and kick ass.
This game isn't AAA or anything. Won't they just ignore it? No, dude. I mean, not being AAA might be debatable, but also it's just money for them. It's something to talk about, so they're not going to ignore this. Play with the GF? Yeah, no. I think she'd like this. We love playing It Takes Two together, so yeah.
Here's another one. You play as pigs, and they later become... Anyway, let's not talk about that level for now.
Yeah, dude, this is basically It Takes Two, yeah.
You only need to buy one copy of the game to play it with your friend online. That's what Hazelight is about. No loot boxes, no microtransactions, and no bullshit. You just get the game.
Based.
You have unpaid parking tickets. Time to die.
Excuse me?
Does she like FF? She's never played a Final Fantasy.
And the good, look, wait. The good part with this game is coming out March 6th. So you will be playing it in 2 months, so that's nothing. One more thing. Just want to say, in the trailer, they called me and Zoe, my daughters, it's their name. They're also in the audience. Put the camera, let them show how cute they are. There.
Aww.
Hey, Papa.
That's cute that he named them after his daughters.
My wife is beautiful too. I don't forget to, of course. Yes, and I want to say one last thing. My team Hazelight is watching at home. My beautiful team, I just want to say thank you, jag älskar er. And thank you everybody, I love you so much. I'm looking forward to be part of this industry. I love everybody. Goodbye.
Joseph, what a guy. I spent some time with him in Sweden this summer and played a few hours of Split Fiction. It really is everything you'd want it to be, a great follow-up to It Takes Two that Joseph won for Game of the Year. It's been so amazing to have so many Game of the Year winners back with us again tonight revealing new projects. All right, we have much more Game Awards to come. During the show, those of you in the U.S. can head to tgalegion.com for a chance to win one of 20 Glacier White Lenovo Legion 7i laptops, which have the power to handle the latest games.
This Lenovo Legion 7i has the power we need to finally beat the impossible level. These rooms are so high, I can see every NPC. Oh, except that one!
Reach your impossible Lenovo Legion.
Corny, but I kind of liked it. don't play licensed music. What the fuck is this? Anything big announced? Dude, a ton of big stuff. Witcher 4, a new Elden Ring, and Rebirth for PC.
The world's best game
So far, so good.
advanced by
If this keeps up, I would probably say that this is the best Game Awards from like a trailer perspective ever. Twitter chats are having an aneurysm at the moment. Oh, dude, I already know.
It appears Moorcroft's little project is as real as they say.
Let's start the party.
All right, we're back here at the Game Awards, and we have so much more to share with you. Now, when we created the TGA in 2014, I wanted to celebrate the people who devote their lives to entertaining and sometimes comforting or affecting us through video games. In fact, 25 years ago, back in college, I started writing a series of articles called Behind the Games, chronicling the development of games like Half-Life and Metal Gear Solid 2, because I knew games were nothing without the people behind them. Now, the sad reality is that over the past few years, the gaming industry has suffered significant and unprecedented industry-wide layoffs. Those affect the games we get to play, and more importantly,
he's talking about it, chat.
The games we love.
Let's
we
go.
can debate and certainly disagree with the reasons why, and honestly, as a show, we kind of struggle with how to address these topics in a constructive way. But this
I don't
year,
understand how anyone can look at The
inside
Witcher
of these
4 and call it woke
challenges,
just for
we
starring
found
Ciri.
greatness.
Didn't they play The Witcher 3? It's a
I'm
very
proud to
natural
share with you the
progression for
story
the
of a
story.
single
Bro,
individual
Ian,
who saw
they call
developers in
anything,
need
if they
and
just see
did
a
something
woman,
truly
they're convinced something is woke. It's the same thing that happened with Ghost of
first
Yote.
ever game
Like,
changer.
that's how these chuts are, bro.
Starting in early 2023, significant waves of layoffs started in the games industry.
It strikes you, it hurts, right? It's like a ton of bricks.
What am I supposed to do?
Tens of thousands of gamers have been laid off at a level that is unprecedented in the industry's history.
I love this brand, I love this company. Oh my goodness, what am I going to do?
I actually started in games relatively late. Even though I've loved the industry ever since I was a little child, because there weren't games jobs around here, I stayed passionate about it and broke.
The term woke has lost any meaning it once had. The boys who cry woke. Literally, like what's happening is what happened. Like it's the opposite of like Anita Sarkeesian types, right? Where nothing was like woke enough. They're now creating this rubber banding back the other way where everything is woke.
I don't have a job.
Eventually, no one's just going to care about culture war at all. They're just going to be, I don't give a fuck, and just ignore it. That's where I'm already at. But I think that's where most people are kind of like starting to get, because it's just like, this is annoying. No one cares. We just want to play the game.
And over
Gotch, thank you for the tier 1.
It ended up becoming a suite
Appreciate you,
of
man.
several different resources. We have 20.
Thank you for being with us for 58 months.
We've
Goddamn.
given people over 50,000 community coaching conversations for free.
Yeah, I'm glad they're spotlighting the layoffs too.
There is no payment. He doesn't take anything back from the community.
I'm proud to say we've helped place nearly 3,000 people in jobs.
Amir is like career Santa Claus.
If it weren't for Amir and for this community, I wouldn't have even known this job was here.
He has created this like beacon of light.
Please join me in welcoming a man who has the well-being of the game developer community in his heart. On behalf of the Game Awards, I'm honored to present the first ever TGA Game Changer, Amir Satvat.
That's the thing, Crossy. Whenever the game is successful, they backpedal. Alright? Then they're like, well, actually... But, yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. No, you're breathtaking. Thank you, Jeff, and the Game Awards for this extraordinary honor. I can't help but say that I love video games with all my heart. To all game makers everywhere, you are seen and treasured, and our community will always be there to help you. Over the last 3 years, we've lost more than 34,000 jobs, a staggering amount of games experience eliminated. This has consequences. You can't make great games without great people. I'm proud of so many of you who have already joined me to make an impact, and I really have to thank everyone in our community who gave all their time and commitment to build it. As we gather here tonight for this amazing celebration, I challenge everyone to ask themselves, what more can we each do to make our industry better? I dedicate this to my grandparents in heaven and to our Game Awards watch party back home, my wife, our 3 sons, and my parents, who really devoted their lives to me and taught me that my value lies in how I treat other people. Growing up, all I ever wanted was to be a part of the video game industry. As a kid from Farmington, Connecticut, it felt a world away. Not anymore. Thank you very, very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Omega Day, 2067. We witnessed the end of the old world and the beginning of an unimaginable power. It unleashed the promise of our civilization, forging souls into steel, turning hope into a hunt for the fate of humanity. For Starfall.
Rise, partner. Our hunt for Starfall begins. Raise hell, exert control. For mankind depends on our victory. You will face a new power and devastating enemies. But this is your time. Unleash the hunter within.
that was the announcement of Steel Hunters, which you can play test tonight. I played that back in the summer, and it plays as good as it looks. Definitely has a Transformers vibe to it, as you can see. Really fun game. All right, and now I'm proud to reveal one of the most beautiful games I've seen in a long time, developed by an incredible team up in Canada.
If I can influence that. So hopefully Scatman will come back in 30 minutes and he'll be in a
Please welcome to the stage the founder of Gearbox, Randy Pitchford.
Yeah, I give people a chance.
Borderlands fans know why I'm here, right?
Why does YouTube always have weird shit? YouTube chat attracts a different audience.
Everybody at Gearbox is watching right now, and I'm
A very different audience. Twitch
listen,
chat
this is the thing.
does
You
not
fans
attract
of
that same
Borderlands
audience.
know why we fight. Every pixel of Borderlands is made with heart and soul, handcrafted by the Gearbox team.
What did he
We're all
say?
giving
He
it
said that
everything we
I'm
got,
like
you
a
guys.
woke
We're putting
grifter or
everything we have into
something.
this game,
And I'm like,
listen, I can go
how?
on talking about Borderlands 4.
Nothing
or I
about
could
my
just
content is
show
political
you
whatsoever.
Borderlands 4. Who wants me to keep talking? Anybody? And who wants
All
me
I
to
said
roll
was
the
that I was
trailer
fucking
for
tired of the
Borderlands
culture war
Motherfluffin'
shit.
4? As you wish, the world premiere first look at Borderlands 4.
Oh shit, Borderlands 4. I haven't played a Borderlands since Borderlands 1. I don't think he was talking about you in his speech. Really? Was he not talking about me? Let me read the message. Funny that you call the actual majority of gamers grifters while every woke game that comes out fails terribly. I think the only grifters here are you, Goose. Can't wait till AC Shadows fails. No, that's... Yeah. He was definitely including me in that. Yeah, he definitely... He deserved the ban. Listen. I'm not gonna, like, tell you to think the way I think or anything like that in this chat. But I am going to tell you that don't bring that culture war shit to us. This is a culture war free community. Fuck. Licensed music. This is a culture war free community, and we just come here and enjoy games. And I don't really even talk about this shit until somebody in the fucking chat like tries to bring it up, and I'm just like, just play the game or don't play the game. It really is that simple. Whatever you want, like, you know, vote with your wallet or whatever. You know, don't. You know what I'm saying? Anyway, Borderlands 4 looks really cool. Is it just me or the art style for this one a little weird? I think they tried to graphically evolve it like a little bit more from like the previous 3 games. And yeah.
That was Borderlands 4, and now we have an exciting and unexpected announcement from a legendary role-playing game franchise.
What is this? Oh, Final Fantasy 16?
My sword, I swear, to shield.
Hey, looking a little different here.
Forevermore.
What is this? Oh, is this the FF16 Tekken rumor? Is it real? It is real. Clive is coming to Tekken. I guess it makes sense, right? Like Tifa came to, I mean not Tifa, Noctis came to Tekken 7, right? I do think that Tifa would have made a lot more sense. But this looks cool. Yeah, FF7 fans are not going to be happy about that one. Because they were definitely pushing hard for Tifa.
Clive is joining Tekken 8 next week. Right now, we want to recognize more nominees and winners in some other categories here at the Game Awards. Here are the nominees for Most Anticipated Game: Death Stranding 2 on the Beach.
Why even have
Ghosts
this?
of Yote,
We all know it's
Grand
Grand Theft Auto 6 that's gonna win.
Metroid Prime 4 Beyond, and Monster Hunter Wilds. And this year, the Game Award goes to Grand Theft Auto 6.
We all know that.
Nominees for Best Multiplayer Game: Call of
We
Duty
all
Black
knew
Ops
that.
6, Helldivers 2, Super Mario Party Jamboree, Tekken 8, and Warhammer 40K Space Marine 2. This year, the Game Award goes to Helldivers 2. Congratulations, Arrowhead. Now the nominees for Best Community Support: Baldur's Gate 3, Final Fantasy 14,
Baldur's Gate 3,
Fortnite,
easily.
Helldivers 2, and No Man's Sky. The Game Award goes to Baldur's Gate 3.
Yeah,
Congratulations,
easily.
Larry. Now your nominees
Easily.
for Best Art Direction: Astrobot, Black Myth Wukong, Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree, Metaphor ReFantazio,
Metaphor.
Neva.
I feel like Elden Ring's gonna win, but Metaphor.
Metaphor ReFantazio.
Yes! Oh, fuck yes, let's go.
In the Game Awards, but right now, here's a new look at
That
Splitgate
bodes so
2
well.
that blends gunplay, movement, and portals, coming in 2025.
If Metaphor can beat like Black Myth and like Elden Ring, that bodes really well. That bodes so well, dude. Holy fuck. Oh my god, dude. Yes. Oh my god, dude. Dude, this is going so well. Honestly, though, if anything other than Metaphor like won that, like I would have been like so pissed, right? Because Shadow of the Erdtree is still an extension of Elden Ring's art and assets, right? So giving it to Erdtree would have been like, what the fuck? And I just think that like out of all the games in that category, aside from that, like Metaphor ReFantazio was just like had like the best art. Graphically, Metaphor does have some like rough edges. I don't think that Metaphor is as good looking as Persona 3 Reload on like a technical perspective. Don't get me wrong, the art in Metaphor is better than say like P3. But I think that like the actual graphics of Reload might be better than like on technical. Because like if you look at like Reload's character models, for example, the character models in Reload are actually better than like the ones in Metaphor. And I think by like a mile, actually, like visually speaking. But again, that's because they reused. Oh, seeing some tweets. The new Elden Ring is a co-op survival game. Nice. My interest just like halved. It might actually work because that's like a brand new type of Souls-like. I take that back. It may not be that bad. Actually, it might be really interesting because that's like a really different thing to do with Souls. So I don't know. It's pretty painful playing P3 Reload with perfect 60 FPS and image quality on PS5 and moving to Metaphor. Yeah, Metaphor is like a little rough technically. And like Metaphor should have been able to run on a Switch. And the fact that like Metaphor was like basically so poorly optimized that it couldn't run on a Switch is kind of bad. So you don't like survival games? They're okay. They're not like really my thing, but like I'll try it because it's FromSoft, but
Vess. This is your one shot. Get in with the underworld's most dangerous syndicates and pull off the greatest heist the Outer Rim has ever seen.
Did the licensed music stop yet, or is this Suicide Squad 2016? The licensed music never stops, sir. Yeah, that's right. Fortnite came out in 2017. I feel like Fortnite is just like eternal. Like it's just always been there.
Nominated tonight for Best Adaptation, Riot's Arcane is a stunning animated series based on the League of Legends franchise. Anyone who's watched this show will tell you the music. It sits at the emotional core of this Game Award-winning series. Here is a special tribute to Arcane's music and iconic characters featuring Royal and the Serpent, David, and 21 Pilots with the Game Awards Orchestra.
We're gonna have to mute this. Because I'm like 90% sure this is gonna be like licensed to high hell. Yeah, I mean 21 Pilots and everyone, yeah, it's just probably gonna be licensed to fucking hell. So we can just kind of chat over this. Anyway, all my homies say Fortnite, like, I feel like so much stuff happened in like late 2016, 2017 that like essentially like changed video games, right? Because the Switch came out, Breath of the Wild, like Final Fantasy 15 came out in that span of time, Nier Automata came out, Persona 5 came out, Smash Ultimate, I want to say was somewhere in, no, that may have been later. But I guess like, well, yeah, no, that was 2017, right? Like basically just like late 2016 through 2017 was like one of like the most consequential years for gaming like ever, right? Dragon Quest, no, that was 2018, I think. But yeah, looking at that like stretch of time, like we had so many like deeply consequential video games during that period of time. Actually, really, it was all the way, yeah, it was Smash was 2018. Actually, if you think about it though too, like it's hard to like, maybe that went all the way to 2018. That period of time I'm thinking about, because then, you know, like Smash came out in 2018, God of War 2018 came out in 2018. That was just like a really good time. Yeah. So, I don't know. Good time. And there was a lot of like really good video games that came out that were just like deeply consequential for the game industry at that point in time. That is a very good like 2-year run. Capcom got their group back. Oh yeah, because was RE2 2018 or 2017? Something like that. 2017 had Breath of the Wild, Mario Odyssey, Horizon, Persona 5, Resident Evil 7. Oh, it was 7 that I was thinking of. Nier Automata, Stormblood, Neo, and more. Yeah, 2017 was like a hell of a fucking year. Dude, it was actually fucking crazy. Probably one of the best years for gaming. RE2 was 2019. Okay, RE3 came out. Did RE3 come out like a year later? Or like 2 years later? Was that 2020 or 2021? I don't remember. What are you hoping to see? I'm hoping to see Persona 6 and Kingdom Hearts 4. Okay, official, not rumors, official accounts. Elden Ring game is action co-op survival game. That's interesting. I really am curious how that's going to work out. But I also think that's cool because it's going to be something very new for FromSoft, right? So, Kazanoha, thank you so much for this super chat. Nier 3, Dragon Quest 12, Final Fantasy 9, FF Tactics, Drakengard Remake, Persona 6, FF6S, Chrono Trigger, HD 2D, Copiism Train, Choo Choo. I mean, if I even get like one of those, bro, I would be like happy. Like my whole night would be like completely made. Nier 3 in particular would be like pretty bonkers for me. Dragon Quest 12 I think is still a long fucking way off, like a very long way off. Dragon Quest 3 and 1 and 2 HD 2D are kind of meant to be the games that keep Dragon Quest fans interacting with Dragon Quest in the meantime, while 12 takes forever to come out.
Beautiful and emotional performance. Thanks to Riot and those artists for putting that
But
together.
Nier 3, maybe?
All right, let's take a look at this very exciting brand new game announcement prepared just for the Game Awards 10th anniversary.
What is this? If anyone is after DQ12 news, as resident DQ Super Nerd, we won't get any news until Dragon Quest Day in 2025. That makes sense. Hopefully we'll actually get to see like a character design. Oh shit, RGG Studio? The graphics are like pretty insane, actually. Like, really insane. What the fuck? Oh. Oh. Whoa. Virtua Fighter is back. Holy shit. Oh. That's crazy.
They just keep coming tonight. That's right. There's a new
That's
full
crazy.
entry in the legendary Virtua Fighter series now in development at Sega, and you can find out more in that special direct broadcast. Tonight, we've got another announcement for you. Check this one out.
Persona 6. (1915) Japan?
Tonight I've got a little something special for you. We're gonna try out a brand new tune. Oh my, your music, your saving grace. Let's
Yo.
sing together. Let's keep on singing.
Is this from RGG as well?
Let's keep on singing night and day with a music.
This looks awesome. Project Century? Oh, man. Oh, dude, it looks tight. This is a new IP from them. Oh.
That's right. RGG
It's a new-
Studio nominated tonight for 4 times for Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth has not 1 but 2 projects in the works, and we're honored to review both of those titles for
That's
the
so
first time here
cool.
tonight.
A brand new
Now
IP
to
from
present our
them.
next award, please join me in welcoming a dear friend who also happens to be one of our industry's most innovative creative spirits. He's been with us since the very beginning of TGA in 2014 and is currently hard at work on Death Stranding 2 on the beach and OD. Please welcome an industry icon, Hideo Kojima!
I feel like Kojima is here every year. Like, is there ever a year where Kojima is not at the Game Awards. Like, I don't think there has been like a single year that he's missed.
まず、TGA 10周年おめでとうございます、ジェフも。
First and foremost, congratulations on TGA's 10th anniversary.
僕は1回目から参加させていただいてますけども、年々 TGA は大きくなってきてます。もともと制作者を称える賞でしたけども、今では、世界の業界と、関係者が集い、プレイヤーと結ぶ非常に重要な賞となっています。で、ゲームだけでもなく映画やアニメ、音楽といったデジタルエンターテインメントと架け橋というか結ぶ重要な賞だと思っています。今後20年30年ですね、ますます大きくなっていくと思います。で、僕もできる限り応援したいと思っています。
I've had the privilege of participating since the very first TGA, and I've witnessed how the role of TGA has grown every year. Not only does it celebrate the achievements of those involved in the gaming industry, but it has also evolved into an event that brings together industry's professionals from around the world, focusing deeper connections with the players. TGA now serves as a bridge, not just within the gaming industry, but also between gaming and other digital
Kitase and Hamaguchi.
Film, television, anime, and music. This role will undoubtedly become even more important in the next 20
Ashino.
years. I'm looking forward to supporting that too.
ゲームディレクションっていうのは、数多くのアイデアをまとめて一つの作品に昇華する非常に大切な、役割だと思っています。今日ノミネートされているタイトルは、数百名から1000人を超えるチームもありますけども、数名で作ったタイトルもあります。小さな手漕ぎのボートでも、数百人が乗る、巨大な豪華客船でも数百数千の船団でもやっぱり方向を示すですね、舵取りが非常に重要だと思っています。まさにその舵取りがゲームディレクションだと思っています。
Game direction plays an important role in bringing together countless ideas and uniting them into single cohesive work. Tonight's nominees for this award includes projects created by teams of hundreds or even thousands, as well as those made by just a few people. Yet, all of them have a clear and unified vision. Whether it's a small boat, a large cruise ship, or a fleet of boats, a helmsman is required, and that helmsman is the direction.
はい、ではノミネート作品を紹介します。
So, someone involved in direction, I'm honored to introduce the nominees for Best Game Direction.
Best Game Direction.
Astrobot. Balatro. Black Myth Wukong.
Come now and travel
Tree. Final Fantasy VII Rebirth. Let's go. Metaphor Refantasio. Let's go. Metaphor Rebirth. Metaphor Rebirth. Metaphor Rebirth.
The winner is Astrobot.
Oh. Chat. Astrobot's gonna win, chat. They're gonna win Game of the Year. That's exactly what that told me. Yeah. Was that for Game of the Year? No, it wasn't Game of the Year. But that's highly indicative that Astrobot will win Game of the Year.
This is really amazing. So thank you so much, Team Asobi. Back home.
That was for Best Game Direction, and it's really rare that you win Best Game Direction and then you don't win
Game Direction is of
Best
course,
Game.
Like as Kojima-san said, like an ensemble of things, and but actually in our case, it's really like every single person on the team coming and really bringing their own vision and being responsible for their own work. So you are all game directors back home, and I'm really dedicate this one to you. Thank you so much.
Yeah, guys, I think Astrobot's got Game of the Year.
Congratulations, Nico and Team Asobi. And now, let's journey to another world for our next announcement.
Yeah, I think this means that it's pretty much Jover for Metaphor and Rebirth. Not that Astrobot winning is a bad thing though, by the way. I don't think it's a bad thing at all. I did want to see a new Turok game. What the fuck? I do want to see like Metaphor or or Rebirth win, but I do think it's going to be Astrobot. Because I think winning on that alone is pretty indicative.
Attention, citizens! Across the galaxy, the valiant Helldivers have fought to protect our way of life. But I am here with grave tidings. Managed democracy is imperiled like never before. Homes are being ravaged. Families are being abducted. And you could be next. That is, unless you direct your undivided attention to the following announcements. And remember, freedom conquers all.
They arrived without warning, laying waste to our peaceful colonies, crushing all resistance. They stole our citizens' homes and their minds.
Yeah, it's not certain right now that they'll lose that Astrobot, but like
their freedom.
I do think it would be insane, like if Astrobot won Game Direction, but not Game of the Year.
Greatest heroes arrive to set them free.
Oh my fucking god, dude! Are you serious? Let me actually look that up. Has a game ever won Game without winning this game? Direction at TGAs. I'm just going to chat GPT it and find that out really quickly. Oh, okay. So I mean, it has happened once before. The last time that happened was in 2021 when It Takes Two. Okay, it's happened twice before. It Takes Two in 2021 didn't win Best Game Direction. Deathloop did, but It Takes Two won Game of the Year for 2021. And similarly, God of War 2018 was Game of the Year, but Red Dead Redemption secured Best Game Direction. So, not necessarily a fixed, guaranteed thing to happen, but possible. Tends to be correlated.
Hello, everyone. Hi. Thank goodness for waterproof mascara. The music has been a lot. That's amazing. But hi, everyone. I'm here on behalf of the Warframe team. We are here at the 10th year of the Game Awards. It was actually 12 years ago that we launched the alpha build of Warframe, and it changed the lives of our team. Our irreplaceable community has allowed us the privilege to be up on stage 12 years later to present to the world our next major update. We are going to show you the final trailer for Warframe 1999 and the release date.
Yeah, actually, has Rebirth won an award yet? Metaphor's won one.
This is your first time hearing it. We don't know anymore either, but we're still...
ChatGPT was wrong. God of War won Best Direction and Game of the Year. Okay, that makes more sense to me because
we are forever grateful for our community.
It's hard to imagine God of War not winning.
Please enjoy our trailer. It launches tomorrow. Thank you.
You're right. I ChatGPT'd that, and it sent me a link, King of Shards, and I clicked the link, and it even said that it won Best Game Direction. So it's so funny that it looked it up. And it gave me the article with the correct information, and then it wrote out the wrong thing. That's actually fucking hilarious.
People understand what is at stake. For the sake of everything before and to come.
Scoldra think they've contained the outbreak here, but
Is this licensed? I feel licensed music coming.
19 hours till we're popping corks or vaporized.
Which award did Metaphor win? Best art direction?
Tenho, if you are seeing this, your loop has been altered. You and I are trapped here. You know what this means.
Why bother with ChatGPT at all anyway? It's quicker than Googling. That's why.
That looks great, and if you're watching TGA on Twitch or Steam, you can get a free Nick's Warframe tonight during the show. Still to come, Snoop Dogg takes the stage with world premiere new music and the Game Awards Orchestra returns. But first, earlier this year, Palworld took over the internet and broke records for the independent studio Pocket Pair. Tonight, we have a first look at the game's next update.
Yeah, I hear it's going to remove Pokeballs because Nintendo... That's like the basis in which Nintendo is suing on, apparently. I do think Rebirth will win Best OST. I think that's where it'll win. I will be flabbergasted if it doesn't win Best OST. And that's not even to say that, like, I think that it, like, overwhelmingly, like, beats out every other game in that category. Because I think that Stellar Blade and Metaphor are also really great OSTs. I just think that the acclaim behind Rebirth's OST has just been so phenomenally strong that, like, it would genuinely shock me to my core if it wasn't, you know, the winner. But again, I think that if Rebirth wins that category, if Metaphor's OST wins, or Stellar Blade's OST wins, I think those three are really good. I don't think there's a wrong choice there. Palworld really came and went, man. I really don't know anyone who plays it anyway. What is this? Oh. This is Wuwa, I think. Rebirth has like 400 tracks. Yeah, the body of work in Rebirth is just so impressive that I feel like there is no way that it won't win. What the fuck? Even the commercials gotta like, oh. Anyway, personally not a fan of most of the new composition in Rebirth. I'm like, and FF7 chat is gonna like hate me, but like I don't know. I'm not like really sure if I would say it's like my favorite soundtrack of the year. I do think that Stellar Blade and Metaphor, for me, although it has significantly less tracks and like a smaller body of work on like a technical perspective, I do feel like I went and listened to more music from Stellar Blade and Metaphor after than I did with Rebirth. And so again, I feel like Rebirth is probably the technically best OST, like on a technical level, like if we're purely being objective. But if I'm talking about like which one of those OSTs kind of like hit for me on a more personal level, probably those two rather
For
than
limited
Rebirth.
time only, Prime members in the US can go to amazon.com/.
But Rebirth does have great music, though. Don't get me wrong.
In-store credit when you buy MetaQuest 3S.
From Yacht Club Games, winner of Best Independent Game at the first Game Awards, please welcome Celia Schilling and Sean Velasco.
Wow. 10 years ago, we were called onto the stage, completely stunned, as Shovel Knight, our first game, took home the first ever Best Independent Game Award. Now, thank you. And now, Shovel Knight is getting old enough to become vintage in its own right.
This year, a new set of developers released their first game. They're just getting started, yet they've already created something extraordinary. We're excited to see how their talents will shape the industry for the next 10 years.
These are the nominees for Best Debut Indie Game.
Best Debut Indie.
And the Game Award goes to Volatro.
Nice.
I appreciate that, but none of us are local thunk. We are honored, though, to accept this on his behalf. And while he's not one for the spotlight, he does like to shine his spotlight on other games that he thinks deserve equal recognition. So not only wants to recognize all nominees tonight, but also all indie games that were launched this year that might have flown under the radar. Now, what he would like for you is to explore this world of indie games, and I think you'll find a scene of extremely talented and creative developers who are crafting beautiful experience for you to enjoy every single day. Now, Local Thunk, I know you're probably thinking if you can give this away to another team that you think deserves it more, but sorry, Arco, he has to take this home. So, Local Thunk, you have earned this, and you deserve this. And everyone at Playstack is just so proud of you, of what you've done. And I hope that at least tonight, you get to enjoy this. Thank you.
Nice.
Congratulations, Local Punk. All right, as we've been saying all night long, we have some very special game announcements tonight. And this is certainly one of those. Enjoy.
What is this? What is this? He said announcement, so I assume it's new? Wait. What the fuck is... Onimusha? Oh. What the fuck? Man, it's been some years since there's been like an Onimusha. Wow, what the fuck?
Feels like I'm getting less human by the minute.
2026.
That was definitely a good one. I had a great time seeing that game this summer out in Osaka. I love that franchise and how it combines swordplay and a Japanese dark fantasy setting with some amazing over-the-top enemies, as you saw in that announcement trailer. Thank you to Capcom for that. All right, now let's get an update on the first Berserker, Kazan.
This is a game. Is that the game Ben Starr is in? I think so.
And we're thrilled to be back on the Game Awards to introduce a brand new trailer for the first Berserker, Kazan, a game rooted in the legendary Dungeon and Fighter universe.
Our studio Agbo collaborated closely with our friends at Neopol and Nexon to create this action-packed cinematic trailer brought to life in Agbo's signature style.
We're excited to unveil it here at the Game Awards along with the official launch date.
Stay tuned until the end and enjoy the reveal.
At this rate, we're getting a KH4 P6 trailer tonight. It's not impossible. It's not impossible. Oh, that trailer reminded me. Anyone else think that Lost Soul Asai will ever actually release? No. That game is fictional. This game looks pretty tight, though. Lost Soul Aside copy versus 13 down to never releasing. That's pretty funny. And true. This is that DNF Berserker game? Yeah. I think Ben Starr is actually in this one, so.
That was the first Berserker Kazan coming in March, as you saw. A great hardcore action RPG. And now we're thrilled to show you another game set in the Dungeon and Fighter universe for the first time anywhere. Arad is an open world action RPG developed in Unreal Engine 5. It's coming to Steam, console, and mobile. Here's the first ever look.
Okay. Okay. Yo, okay. Okay, let's just go ahead and mute that real quick. Yeah, but it looks cool. Very nice cell shaded graphics. This is just Genshin again. I feel like a lot of things are trying to look like Genshin now because Genshin is so popular, right? And so everything wants to kind of be like, oh, you know, it's just like Genshin. Which is funny because when Genshin came out, everyone was like, oh, this is a Breath of the Wild clone. And now everything like looks like Genshin. But yeah, the cutesy anime style, the gliders. You're telling me this is not Genshin. This is not Genshin. It's pretty common nowadays. It's pretty common style. When people talk about maybe like a Final Fantasy mainline game being stylized, I specifically don't mean something like this. Not to say this looks bad, by the way. I just don't want it to look like this, like literally anime. I want it to be stylized. I would want it to be stylized in a different way. Genshin coded cell shading is becoming the new hyperrealism in terms of saturation. I know.
Looks great. All right, next is the open world zombie adventure Dying Light, the Beast from Techland. We announced this at Gamescom. It's got combat, parkour, and nights you may not survive. Here's a brand new look at the game, which is coming in the summer of 2025.
It's not your fault, Kyle.
I do not feel obliged to believe that the same God who has endowed us with sense, reason, and intellect has intended us to forego their use. He has gifted us the means to decipher the code of nature, and it's our highest purpose we must strive to accomplish. I only answer to this divine calling. And you.
Do you see who's the real beast here?
Now we'd like to honor some of tonight's other nominees and winners. Here are the nominees for Best Action Adventure Game.
Oh yeah, this is an award
Prince of
show.
Persia: The Lost Crown,
I like
Silent
just
Hill
remembered.
2, Star Wars Outlaws, and The Legend of Zelda.
There's
Echoes of
awards
Wisdom.
at this thing.
This
Did
year,
you guys
the
know
Game Award
that?
Goes to Astrobot. Congratulations, another win.
Oh man, another one for Astrobot, dude. I'm telling you.
Best RPG: Dragon's Dogma 2. Elden
Oh
Ring: Shadow of the
shit.
Erd
This
Tree,
will also be really
Final Fantasy
telling.
VII Rebirth, Like a Dragon: Infinite Wealth,
Rebirth, right?
Metaphor,
Or Metaphor. Either way.
and the Game Award goes to Metaphor.
Yo!
Congratulations.
Oh! Oh!
For content creator
Oh!
of the year.
Yo! Yo!
Retro Gamer,
Metaphor
and
sweep!
Usada Pekara.
Metaphor
And the
sweep!
Game Award goes to Queso. Congratulations.
Rechat Tazio!
Racing game. F1 24, EA Sports FC 25, NBA 2K 25, Top Spin 2K 25, and WWE 2K 24. Gotcha. And the Game Award goes to EA Sports FC 25. Now our nominees for Best Sim Strategy Game, Age of Mythology Retold. Frostpunk 2, Kunitsugami Path of the Goddess, Manor Lords, and Unicorn Overlord. And the Game Award goes to Frostpunk 2. Congratulations to all those winners.
Did you catch all of that?
No, but I wish the rest of the show went that fast.
Yeah, it's like the Game
Yo.
Award interruptions.
Okay, so yeah, it's between Metaphor and Astrobot now, guys. Rebirth is probably cooked. I hate to say it, but
have you two ever considered becoming developers?
We're already developers.
We are?
Yeah. By watching
it's
this
not
show,
looking
we're
likely.
Developing an immunity to bad entertainment.
Oh!
Oh, wait. Huh? There's Kojima, look. Ooh. Did you know that Jeff Keighley's friends with him?
Yeah, but does Kojima know that?
That's pretty fucking funny. Oh, that's pretty fucking funny.
Apparently right now, 100 million people around the world are watching this show.
Yeah, and the other 8 billion people have better sense.
Yeah, hey, look, Jadebot 6 is asking, why are Statler and Waldorf at the Game Awards?
It's a great question. I've been asking myself the same thing. Help!
Yeah, help us, Jadebot 6. You're our only hope.
Yeah, make the commercials stop.
Yeah.
Please. Please stop.
Make it stop.
Make it stop.
Dude, Metaphor has a realistic shot of winning Game of the Year. This is actually pretty crazy. This is not playing out like I thought it was going to, man. I thought things were gonna swing pretty hard for Rebirth. But Rebirth has not won a single award so far for any of the categories as nominated. I think it will win OST though. I think it will win OST.
Never be the same. Welcome to my murder circus.
Is that fucking Post Malone? It might have been. I wasn't even paying attention. I'm like so in my head right now about Astrobot's the safest choice, right? Like if I had to pick like which one, like I win the lottery, win $1 million right now, I would say Astrobot. If I had a second bet and it's not Astrobot, then I would probably say Metaphor right now. Oh my god. They know people co-stream these events. Why don't they make it like so that it's actually like co-stream friendly? They're like, oh, co-stream the event. We want you to co-stream the event. And then they make it like, by the way, we're also gonna like, you know, take all your ad revenue when you do it because we're going to fucking like run like all of this shit with DMCA shit in it. Like, okay. Okay. Anyway, I'm really hyped. FF isn't the darling JRPG series anymore. Persona, so by extension, Metaphor is. We said that before. Atlas and Persona has become, at least in the West, the JRPG series now. Right. Persona is. I know FF fans are gonna get mad at me like when I say this, but Persona has basically become like, in terms of like Western influence, Persona has basically become like what FF used to be. In terms of the influence, the cultural relevance, what younger people are playing. Like Persona is probably more of the It series now. if I'm just being fully objective about it. Squid Game? Kyle Bosman? Am I the only one that thought that Squid Game was kind of okay? Like, the first season, even? Like, if you guys ever watched, like, Battle Royale, which, like, the original Japanese film that, like, basically made this genre, I feel like Squid Game is kind of like a mid-clone of Battle Royale. Like, and that's it. Like, if you want a better game, like, show in, like, the Battle Royale genre, I feel like Alice in Borderland was way better.
A simulation. Unleashed will provide the same highs. Or for the unskilled. Lows. To all players watching at home, access.
Battle Royale is a classic, yeah, and I feel like almost everything that's tried to copy it sucks.
Or not. Be on the lookout. In the following weeks, my team will be unveiling the next round of the games. I have brought with me a special preview of Squid Game Season 2. We believe games can reflect and improve society. Whether we succeed will be for you to judge. And to all the heads of the studios and CEOs in attendance, your places are ready in our VIP suite.
Please welcome the founders of Death Row Games, Cordell Brodus.
Yo, you have to play it too. Like when I guess it is his music. I get it, but damn, dog, you got me fighting demons here. Okay.
This year, my father and I launched Death Row Games with the dream of bringing minority stories to the gaming world. We intend to create a hip-hop gaming universe that can stand beside some of these nominees tonight. Here we are
Okay.
to present the best ongoing game.
You see, back in the day, if you loved the game, you wanted more. But you had to wait until the next game. Or as I like to say, chill till the next episode. But obviously, y'all just couldn't chill.
Today's players are treated to regular updates to their favorite games, making sure the experience always stays fresh. Here are the nominees.
Best ongoing game.
This place, it's reshaping reality into a perfect stillness.
Okay.
Pulled us back into the light.
Our nation is a fortress, and its people the bricks with which it is.
I don't think FF14 is gonna win this year.
Together, they fight for freedom. Will you?
Yeah, I don't think FF14 is gonna win this year.
And the Game Award goes to...
Probably Helldivers, I imagine.
I don't have a game, cuz. Yet. Helldivers too.
Yeah. Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. I would have been genuinely shook if it was anything else. And I feel like Dawn Trail's reception was just way too mixed for it to realistically win.
Well, I did not expect that. All right. I'm very honored to be accepting this award on behalf of the amazing, amazing team over in Stockholm, Sweden that made this possible. So please, a round of applause for our amazing devs. Yeah. Thank you. So thanks the Game Awards for this honor. This really is an honor for all of us. Thank you PlayStation and our partners for believing in us over all of these years. And also, and most importantly, thanks to our amazing players for the support over this last year. It's been super inspiring to see everything that you've
14
done with the
seriously
game
needs a
since we
shakeup
launched
because
it,
it'll start
and we
to
are
hemorrhage
very
players if it
committed
has
to
another
keep going with
expansion
this,
like Dawntrail.
game
Yeah.
for many more years to
And
come.
I haven't finished
Thanks a
Dawntrail, so I
lot,
don't have
and
like
for
an
Super.
in-depth opinion about it, but honestly, the fact that I am like a big 14 fan and I just like fell off with Dawntrail, maybe that is a statement in itself, but like genuinely speaking, the fact that it was so divisive, like I'm talking about like many 14 content creators I saw were just like, I don't like this at all.
Congratulations to Arrowhead, and thank you, Snoop. He's dropping.
And
like
so
it's
as
hot
loud as
right
Twitter
now
is
at
about it,
Fortnite Festival,
I do feel like
Season 6, after
it kind of
appearance in
has
Chapter 2 remix, and later tonight he will be back live
been
on
divisive
stage, premiering brand new Snoop
whenever
Dogg music.
you.
are not gonna wanna
But of
miss
course,
that
that's always the
performance.
thing about like
But right
FF
now,
though
we're
too,
thrilled to
is
share
that
the
it's really hard to
announcement of a
gauge
brand new game from a beloved game developer.
like the reception because social media can be loud in one way or the other. And you really don't know like how the game's like really performed.
Oh, that game. You got way too angry playing that.
That game turned you into a psychopath.
What?
You threw a right tantrum.
No, it didn't.
You said if I tried to pass you one more onion, you'd...
I told you 1,000 times we didn't need any more onions. Okay, yeah, things did get a little heated.
Oh, sorry. Excuse me. What did I miss?
Shh, it started. Hey, you're blocking the screen. Rude.
What is going on back there?
Yeah, honestly though, if Metaphor wins Game of the Year, I'm probably am gonna like strip my like clothes off and like run naked and get banned.
Oh, it's a...
I'm not just talking about the story. The game itself has issues on a mechanical reward structure level. No, I completely agree. It's a holistic thing, a holistic problem. The thing is though, when you mention that Crossy especially, is because like typically people ignore it with Final Fantasy 14 because the story is so good. So you can kind of brush that aside.
What was that?
And just focus on like how good the story is. But when the story, yeah, actually, I just realized your final sentence. I didn't even read it. DT woke a lot of people up enamored with the story up to those issues. They ignored the yeah, exactly, yeah, and so people just get distracted by how good the story is. And yeah, and for best narrative, who will win, dude? I'm telling you right now, I've known enough journalists and seen them do the discourse, and like. I don't think Rebirth is gonna win Best Narrative. Like I can say that with a lot of confidence that I would be genuinely blown away if Rebirth lost Best RPG and like won Best
That's a fun
Narrative.
One. Stage
That would
Fright is
like.
the next co-op game from the
I'm pretty
incredible
sure
team
Metaphor
at
is gonna
Ghost
get
Town
Best
Games, the creators
Narrative.
of Overcooked that I know we've all played over the years, and I am so thrilled to share that with you tonight here on the show. And now it's time to head to a familiar place, the home of iconic novels and television shows, and now an upcoming action-adventure game.
In the name of the warrior, I charge you.
I feel like 90% confident Metaphor will get
I charge you to be just.
Best Narrative.
In the name of
Maximilian doesn't even think Rebirth will win Best Narrative. Yeah. The ending was just too controversial, right? Like GameSpot, for example, they gave Rebirth a was it an 8 out of 10? And it was like almost like mostly predicated on how much they hated the last 2 chapters of the game.
White Walkers in the Seven Kingdoms. We could use your help.
And a lot of journalists too, like even IGN gave Rebirth like a 9 out of 10, and then they still gave the ending like a scathing article after, like the next article after the review where it was a 9 out of 10, then came back and said the ending sucked. So it's hard for me to imagine that it did that. Because you know what? Thank you so much for the super chat. Who needs Shadowbringers? Just give us Blitzball. Yoshi. Another Shadowbringers would be great, but yeah, I think I would go pretty insane for Blitzball and or a Final Fantasy X themed expansion in general, man. I think they've milked 1 through 9 to death in 14. I think it's time to do 10 through 16 for like expansions, or 10 through 15, I should say. I don't think they'll do 16 stuff anytime soon because it's too early. But like, what else can you do with 1 through 9 that they haven't already done to death in 14? I don't know.
It's coming.
Yeah, I'm telling you, that ending is what probably cost them a lot of awards. Because a lot of journalists, it seems like,
We're excited
really
to
did not
Season 4 Roars from
like
the Winter Wind. Introducing Switch Axe, Tundra
what they
Habitat,
saw at that
and
ending.
even more
They really got
monsters
turned off by it, so.
Look, there's one right now. Tonight, you'll get an exclusive bundle to kick off your next adventure by using the code TGA2024. So, grab your gear, download Monster Hunter now, and prepare for the hunt. Now, here's the trailer for Season 4. Let's check it out.
So, I mean, again, part 3 can definitely win a category like narrative if the mystery box is good, right? Like, if all the big reveals are like really mind-blowing, it can definitely win. But again, that hinges on the mystery boxes being like really, really, really good.
Wield your own Switch Axe. A new season begins. Monster Hunter now.
Right. I do think they fumbled air stuff that didn't feel as impactful. Well, again, they traded the impact for the mystery. I can't tell you if that's like worth it as a trade-off just yet. No one can until part 3. And honestly speaking, anyone who says they can tell you, not being entirely truthful, because until we see part 3 and know what they traded that for, we just genuinely don't have a way of saying. So, a lot of people that share that sentiment outside of the diehard theory crafting scene, I don't think all too many people enjoy that ending. At most, I would expect the non-diehards to come away differently. No, yeah, I think a lot of people didn't like it from the comments that I saw. I do think the theory people like it, and the type of people that would be like really engaged with like Baby Seal's content or like Max's content or Sleep Easy's content. I think that the routine audiences for them probably liked it, but like from what I saw and like my comments, like when I talked about it, they were pretty harsh. Like, it was really, really harsh. People had some like not so optimistic and pleasant things to say about it. So, but again, you know, Hamaguchi Kitase has said that conjecture was the entire point of the ending. So they got what they wanted. That's like indisputable. They anticipated that people would have negative reactions to it. And so, you know, again, I'm not saying one way or the other. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm not saying it's good. All I'm saying is that we won't know until part 3, like, where it really sits. Because part 3 is the big reveal about all this stuff. Part 3 is like where this all comes together. And, you know, with part 3, we're either going to look back on this and we're going to think that, oh my god, FF7 Re-Trilogy is the most genius subversive remake to ever happen. This is like the new gold standard of remakes. Or we're going to look back on it, and once all the mysteries are resolved, we'll be like, this was dumb. You know? And anything in between those two extremes can also happen as well. So, it's just really tough to, like, definitively say how Re-Trilogy is actually going to round things off. Isn't Hamaguchi on the record saying the point of Rebirth and remakes ending the way they are is done to keep people talking between games? That kind of implies business/marketing dictating story decisions. Hard to reward that kind of thing for best narrative. I mean, yes. I mean, that is essentially what it is. The idea is to keep people talking between the things. Because if they went with a more traditional remake structure, people would not have engaged any further after that. I get it. Because considering how expensive the project is, it's being told across 3 different games, they felt a need for that, a way to keep people engaged. It is true that had they gone with a traditional remake style, I don't think people would have talked about it as much. Like, that's for sure, right? Like, it wouldn't have been as discussed as it is now. Like, but we're gonna find out if that risk is going to pay off or not. The Glenn twist, I can tell you, like, with very firmly, I wasn't, like, huge on that. Not like Glenn's existence. I just wasn't huge on, like, the presentation of that at the end, like the way it was done, everything.
I have to finish it. You killed my friends.
So I'm just curious. Actually, I'm curious to see like what people are saying on social media about it. Yeah, a lot of people are very depressed on social media right now. That did not take fast. I just looked at the tag on Twitter and
The Last of Us Part 2,
people are very.
and from season 2 of HBO's The Last of Us, Isabella Mirsad.
Hello. Hi, Dina.
Oh, hi, Dina.
Hey. So
what brings you here tonight?
Are we gonna get a trailer for season 2?
Excited because we're about
That'd be
to
dope.
present the best adaptation, and we were a part of an adaptation in many ways, and there is no words right now for me to read, so this is all riffing and improv.
Glenn's Cloud's dad. Oh my god, dude. I'm gonna cringe so fucking hard if Glenn is Cloud's dad. I'm gonna cringe so hard. I do not want that to be. Oh my god.
Over your girlfriend's bra.
Oh, I
Not this one again. No.
fucking cringe.
Oh. Yeah. Hey,
Please.
Have you ever heard the one about
Please.
fog? I did, but I missed it. Oof.
Wow, guys, these puns could not be worse. But Ellie's pretty great, yeah?
Yeah, she has her moments.
But I feel like
The last one. Did you hear about why the
what else
Scarecrow
could be the
won
big
the
reveal with
Oscar
Glenn,
show?
right?
Dina, please.
He was outstanding in his field.
Much like these TV shows were outstanding in their field of best adaptation. Here are the nominees.
Best Adaptation.
Wrath must be met.
Okay. So y'all are gonna disagree with me. I voted for Fallout over Arcane.
I am an echidna warrior.
And I think there's a great argument that Arcane is the better show and is more technically impressive. I just like the vibes of Fallout better. Like, I'm sorry. That's just like really all it came down to for me. It's not even that deep. I just liked Fallout. Wow, holy shit, it won? I know why it won, though. Hold on. I know why it won. Because the last third of Arcane wasn't out yet. Like, when the voting started. And I don't think the first half of Season 2 is, like insane. I think Season 2 got better toward the end.
Most of the evening coming up with ways to heckle Ella for when she won for Arcane, so I don't really have a speech, but I want to thank Graham and Geneva, our
This is so funny.
who can't be here tonight because they're too busy making season 2.
Oh, let me turn it.
I want to thank Ella, Walton, Aaron, the rest of our extraordinary cast and our extraordinary
Ella was gonna
crew.
walk up here no matter what,
Amazon,
because
Joker.
she's in both shows.
I want to thank the fans of Fallout New Vegas for not burning my house to the ground. You'll be very happy you didn't. Last but not least, I want to thank Todd. Todd and the extraordinary team at Bethesda, who were absolutely the most incredible collaborators you could possibly imagine. Thank you.
I too have to thank our cast and crew, everybody involved in this show, led by my friend and the incredible Jonah Nolan. And really to everybody who's worked on Fallout over the years, everybody at Bethesda that I've worked with on Fallout for 20 years now, It's been incredible. We are so blessed with the best fans there are.
Yeah,
Thank
they
you
should
all
have
for
like
supporting
let
everything we do. Thank you.
Arcane be like nominated next year, right? Don't nominees know if they're getting it already? No, I mean, I don't think they do. Otherwise, you know you lost ahead of time.
And a co-op heist FPS
Because
Den of Wolves.
you didn't get
from Ulf
told.
Anderson, the creator of Payday 1 and 2 and GTFO. Here's your first look at the gameplay.
Also, they wouldn't get like the emotional reaction out of you if you already knew that you won. People wouldn't get up there and cry when they win because they would have already known like a week ahead of time. So no, they know the same time we do. At least that's always been my understanding.
The only thing that matters here.
That's what I mean though. They do know they lost. No. I think that it's genuinely announced here, like for the first time. Like they don't know if they won or lost.
Who gets into this line of work?
So
It could be you.
at least as far as I know. Bro, I'm straight up not having a great time. Why not? This has been a pretty good show. Oh my fucking god. Aside from all the goddamn licensed music, which has not been a good time, it's been a oh my god. I just unmuted it. Shut the fuck up.
New Eridu, the last city on the planet.
Look, guys, another Genshin.
Despite the seemingly hopeless situation,
This is name brand, though.
Sense of joy, enduring one wave after another. Even if our destruction is inevitable, we'll confront it on our own terms. This is the place.
Target detected. Prepare for action. I've never hesitated to fight for you.
I wield my blade only against evil.
Take it easy. I've got a lot to live for.
It's all because of her. Led us to a dead end.
I don't know if this is licensed or not. But we'll just mute it anyway. ZZZ is seeing how all the Genshin like gacha makes me feel. Yeah. There's so much. Hoyoverse like really like created like a big thing with that. They saw that like ahead of time.
That's a new look at Zenless Zone Zero, a nominee tonight, and the reveal of Astra, the most well-known celebrity in New Eridu. And now here's a new look at version 3.0 of Honkai Star Rail, coming in January, and a look at the upcoming adventures in Amorphous.
Car ready for detachment. 3, 2, 1. I'm over here.
I think we still got like 45 minutes worth of show left.
All right, here we go. Last month, Snoop Dogg simultaneously took over Fortnite and Times Square with one performance. Well, tonight, he's here at the Game Awards to finish the fight, to help us celebrate our
That's so
10th
true, bro.
like no one else can.
Dude, my guy says somewhere out there, a bunch of FPS players are crying out in unison. All these anime games look the same.
Game Awards.
They now feel our pain. I don't want to mute Snoop. I like Snoop, but Snoop will definitely get us a little bit of a copyright claim, so we're just gonna go ahead and mute Mr. Dog. Yeah, other than that, there has been a lot of anime Genshin-like games at the Game Awards here. Oh my god, my girlfriend's watching. Hi, babe. I'm in here. We're celebrating because Metaphor won Best RPG of 2024. We're still hoping that it will win Game of the Year. I'm really actually excited that Metaphor is getting an anime because every time I beat a game, my girlfriend has to hear my very long rants where I try to explain to her why a game was good and why I loved this game and such. And it's always hard to do. And I'm thankful at least for the Persona animes because I can at least show her that and then fill in the gaps and I could be oh, they skipped over all this in the game and the anime, but you can go watch the game cutscenes and this is what this was supposed to be. And so yeah. I think Metaphor is cooked, bro. Astrobot has been sleeping. It might be for the main thing, but honestly, Metaphor has been sleeping too, man. It's won 3 awards. Was it 3 awards or 2? 2 awards. It's won best RPG and it's won best art direction. I don't think it's gonna win best OST over. I think Rebirth will actually secure best OST, and I think that'll actually be the only award that Rebirth wins tonight. If I'm just being realistic, I think Metaphor's gonna win best narrative. So realistically, Astrobot and Metaphor have actually been sleeping. Because, we can almost guarantee that Metaphor is probably going to win best narrative. It would fundamentally blow my mind if Metaphor did not win best narrative. I would be flabbergasted if it didn't. Not only because, one, it genuinely is the best narrative of any game this year, confidently speaking. This is something that even Baby Seal has been forced to admit as a Rebirth stan. Even he had to be yeah, it kind of is a better narrative. And yeah, once you get to the later half of Metaphor, it kind of becomes undeniable that it's the best narrative of the year. Even if you're the biggest 7 stan, I feel it's really hard to say that to play Metaphor and not be okay, that probably is the best story. And part of that again too does have to kind of do with the multi-game structure where Metaphor has all these twists and turns really, really, really well with how it delivers its themes and messages. Excellent character writing, excellent character arcs. Just a really wonderful story. And yeah, Metaphor I do feel should win Game of the Year and Narrative of the Year. I think I would give it both for those awards on a personal level. But again, I'm also rooting for Rebirth as well. But if you had to tell me which one do I think it's going to win in those categories, I do think it's going to win the best OST. I think that's guaranteed. I don't think you have to worry about that. Oh.
Fortnite as a Season 6 festival icon. And starting today, you can also grab Platinum Festival icons, The Weeknd, Lady Gaga, Billie Eilish, and Karol G. Also this year, once again, we had the Game Awards vote in Fortnite Island, where the Fortnite community picked Murder Mystery as their favorite island of the year. You can head to the TGA Island right now to check out all the nominees and meet metahuman Jeff. Yes, that's actually a thing. Stick around, much more Game Awards ahead, including more surprise new game reveals. That's right, we are far from done. And awards like Best Narrative, and of course, Game of the Year with the Game Awards Orchestra.
It'll be hilarious if Rebirth doesn't win OST. Bro, I'm not gonna lie, that'd be fucking... If Rebirth doesn't win Best OST, that will be fucking insane. I feel like that's the easiest award for it to win. I wish Rebirth wins something just for the hard work CPU won and some more sales, especially now that it is announced for PC. Yeah. I don't think that there's any question, right? Like, if you ask me who needed Game of the Year more, Rebirth needed it. It's good for every other game, but Rebirth needed it. Another, like, kind of like, two things, right? Like,
Zelda's adventure
Metaphor and Astrobot also have an advantage in terms of they're more recent, and so there is some recency bias compared to Rebirth.
A delicious distraction. Uh-oh.
And
Plan B.
there was another thing I was gonna say that I already forgot.
Fly, Zelda. With so many echoes to learn.
Oh, like one thing that does go against Metaphor though is that Metaphor came late. So a lot of people just straight up haven't beaten Metaphor.
Game Pass ad. Want new games on day one?
Yeah.
Bet.
So I think that could actually maybe not work maybe not work for Metaphor
Career with EA Play.
as it gets closer, right?
This is my kind of
But I don't know. Do the people that vote have to finish every game? I don't think they do.
Say less.
I don't know if they do. In an ideal world, though, I would think that you should have to play all the nominated games in order to even be able to vote as a journalist. Right?
This rat cult spreads through Gotham like a...
Because that's the only way to really be objective about it, is like, if, say, you played every game that was a nominee, and then you objectively selected the game that by your own personal criteria qualified it for Game of the Year. But yeah, Metaphor is a 75-hour game, and so... Then again, Rebirth is like a 200-hour game, right? So...
Welcome back. We still have a few big awards to hand out.
I'm making too much sense? Okay, good. I'm cooking.
Time only, Prime members in the US can go to Amazon.com/thegameawards to get up to 50% off select gaming accessories. From brands
People that don't even have to play the games, that's terrible.
SteelSeries, and Razer.
Now,
Oh my god. Just let bro walk out so I can like not do the music. Are we like not in... We're not in... Hold on.
Soundtrack of our journey. It's the
We're in, like,
racing heartbeat of
720p.
every battle, the haunting echo of every failure, and the soul of every victory. From soaring orchestra...
Can we do 1440? Sorry. Let it reload. Okay, maybe I shouldn't have done that. Oh, here it goes. All right, we're good.
Orchestral pieces.
Or not. Hold on, I'll just set it back. Okay, there we go. Don't go above 720p. Okay. Who's gonna win?
And the game award goes to...
Rebirth. I'm like 90% sure on this one, Rebirth.
Final Fantasy.
Okay. I told you. I told you. I told you. Yeah. There was no way that Rebirth wasn't gonna win Best OST. There's no way.
I
don't know what I was expecting.
すごいまだ興奮してます。
Thank you so much, everyone. I'm so excited. I have no words.
Say something, Hamaguchi. What? Hamaguchi now?
まずこのような素敵な賞をいただくことができて、一緒に開発をしてくれた開発メンバーにまずは感謝を伝えたいと思います。
It's truly an honor to receive this award here at the Game Awards. And I'd like to take this moment to express my sincere thanks to our development team that helped create this wonderful game together.
私は今回この TGA に初めて参加させていただいたんですけど、その初めて参加させていただいたこの賞でですね、初めて受賞したことをすごく嬉しく思っています。
This is my very first time attending the Game Awards here today, and I'm so honored and pleased to receive this award.
Ben!
本日ですね、ゲームファンが待っていたようやくファイナルファンタジー7リバースの PC 版を発表できてすごく嬉しく思います。また、この PC 版を通してですね、このゲームのサウンドをですね、多くの人に伝えられたらと思います。とてもワクワクしています。
And I'm equally pleased today to be able to finally announce the PC version of the game. With this,
Yeah, I can tell he's really anxious.
Able to bring the beautiful music of this game to even more fans around the world.
Thank you.
Yeah, I genuinely hope that's FF17's director that you're looking at too. He's a great guy. I think he's got the right ideas.
Congratulations to Final Fantasy, and now it's time for a tease of what's next from a legendary gaming franchise.
What is this? Shadow? Shadow Kart? Shadow Kart? Sonic Racing Crossworlds? Yeah, man. I mean, gotta go fast, I guess, right?
Yeah, that's all you get. There will be much more to share about Sonic Racing Crossworlds in 2025. But I've had the pleasure of playing it, and trust me, it is a ton of fun. Next year, fans will get to experience the Mafia franchise like never before in Mafia: The Old Country, an origin story set in the brutal criminal underworld of 1900 Sicily. Tonight, we have the world's first look at this cinematic narrative action game.
Okay.
All of the men in this room are bound by blood. This is a family. And in this family, we follow a code of honor. It is not forgiving. To betray one is to betray all.
Remake story and combat ain't it? Okay. Story, yes. But like combat? Come on now. Remake combat is pretty good. It's like the best combat Final Fantasy's ever had.
I do. To become a man of honor, repeat these words.
This kind of looks cool, honestly.
It's a family. My flesh must burn like this saint. If I do not keep my oath.
FF17 might already be in development. We don't know.
Welcome, Enzo.
Yeah, that looks kind of cool. That looks kind of cool.
Summer 2025. Now, more winners tonight at the Game Awards. Here are the nominees for Best Independent Game. Animal Well, Balatro, Lorelei and the Laser Eyes,
Balatro is definitely going to win this.
UFO 50. And the Game Award goes to
Balatro.
Congratulations again. Now the nominees for Best Mobile Game. AFK Journey,
Balatro.
Pokemon Trading Card Game Pocket, Wuthering Waves, and Zenless Zone Zero. And the Game Award goes to Balatro.
Nice.
Congratulations again, Local Funk. Here are the nominees for Best Audio Design. Astrobot, Call of Duty Black Ops 6.
Okay, I think Rebirth will win this one. Maybe. Senua, actually no, Senua might win this. Or Silent Hill.
For audio design goes to Senua's Saga, Hellblade 2. Congratulations, Ninja Theory.
Yeah.
Now the nominees for
that makes sense.
Started with 30 down to these 5. Black
Boo! I don't care who fucking wins this shit.
Elden Ring, Shadow of the
I don't give a fuck.
Wuthering Waves, and Zenless
I actually
Zone
voted for
Zero.
Erdtree on this one because I was like, fuck it.
100% by the global community selected this goes to Black Myth Wukong. Congratulations, Game Science. All right, there's still more Game Awards to go and more game announcements ahead. But right now, here's a look at Infinity Nikki, which has already achieved 20 million downloads, and a look at the new Shooting Star scene for the first time anywhere.
FF17 won't even get a teaser until Remake Part 3 has a release date? Yeah, that makes sense. That's probably when we'll hear about it. I mean, at the very least. I actually don't know what this is. Oh, we're behind on the broadcast. Let me skip ahead. You guys have already seen Infinity Nikki anyway, so yeah, China has like quickly become like a power player in the game industry for sure. So pretty sure we had FF16 trailer before we saw anything from Rebirth. Yeah, we did. Actually, we had an FF16 trailer the same year that Final Fantasy VII Remake came out in 2020, right? So the same year that that Remake even released, we found out about 16. So it's not necessarily true that we have to wait to Part 3 to get 17. It's entirely possible that 17 could be announced sooner than that.
Everything I've done.
Okay.
For my family.
Okay.
Family and who you're born with is who you die for.
Yeah, I would imagine that 17's already being worked on. We would be in deep shit if 17 wasn't being worked on somewhere. I do want 17 to take a lot of time, because if 17 just comes out, you know, it and it doesn't learn anything from, you know, from 16 and some of the feedback there, and I think would be in like a rough situation. I just don't, and this is a personal taste. This is not like an objective truth, but I just really don't want. I don't want 17 to. I don't want 17 to be another character action game. That's for sure. Like, I'm sorry. No offense to anyone who liked 16's character action being a character action game. Personally, I'm not about it. I want 17 to be RPG as fuck. I want it to be a role-playing game to the maximum. Really focus on leveling, builds,
Welcome
that
back.
type of shit.
You've seen the trailers, now you
It
get
can be
to play
action,
the game.
but I don't want it to
Wuthering
be
Waves and Solo
primarily
Leveling
character
Arise
action.
Are available on Google Play games
If that makes sense.
on PC for both Android and iPhone users. The best part?
I would,
With the Google Play games,
again, personal preference. I don't want anyone to compare it to DMC or anything like that. I want it to be like its own thing, and for it to be like RPG as fuck. Like so RPG that people will only talk about it in the context of other
And
RPGs.
Emmy Award winner, Aaron Paul.
I know that maybe everyone doesn't think that way, but that's what I want.
Wow, oh my God. It is just so awesome to be here at the Game Awards with Laura Bailey, an absolute voice acting legend.
I love Laura Bailey.
Right? I mean, Last of Us, Spider-Man, Critical Role.
I wish CB3 liked more complex build crafting. Me too. And I think that like I just don't understand how 16 wasn't the game to like really lean into that,
Yeah,
but
but I haven't actually worked with you. You know, we never recorded at the same time.
No, I know, but you know, technically we never shared the booth, but it is cool if I tell people, our friends out there, that we work together.
Wait, no. Let me get this straight. You are asking if it's okay to tell people you worked with me?
Yeah.
that's crazy.
No.
No, this is just a flat no.
Flat no, yeah. Listen, Evan.
That's funny, but that's actually Aaron, not
I'm sure
Evan.
it is,
But yeah.
Look, I get it. You were in like the greatest show of all time, and yeah, everybody loved The Wire. But
Okay.
that's TV.
Right.
And this is video games, okay?
Yeah.
This is art. Plus, I
True.
feel like kind of strange that we've been backstage the whole time, and you're only asking me this now. So.
Well, you told me not to speak to you backstage when I came up to you.
No, I told you not to look at me, okay?
Oh.
Listen,
Wow.
Evan. Acting is listening.
Okay.
We're back
Got
there
it.
all night. You jump on me with this now?
I mean, look, I guess I was just a little starstruck meeting you, you know. Let's be honest.
So I know we're just reading off the prompter, but it still felt really good to hear you say that.
Yeah.
Can y'all stop flirting? This is getting weird.
What I say about looking at me, though?
Sorry.
Like,
All right, here is the world premiere.
it
trailer
feels like
for
they
the
are about to
game
kiss or
Laura
some shit.
and
This
I
is
worked
weird.
on separately together.
Oh my god.
You're Mecha Man. You're dead, I thought.
This on the inside. My suit was destroyed.
You have a lot left to give. I would like to make you an offer.
This is SDN. How can we help you?
You want me to sit in an office and dispatch heroes?
In exchange, we can make you Mecha Man again. Washed up dad bod superhero with no superpowers. Can't wait.
Whenever there's a crisis in the area, we get a call.
Oh my god. Stop putting the fucking. I got my hand on the mute. Oh my god. Oh my god. Stop fucking doing this. Stop fucking doing this.
You're right at home behind that desk because you're no hero. You're a nerd playing a video game in a suit your daddy built.
And then they just keep going with the music.
It's not what they're... You know what? Help yourself.
What's your name, little guy?
My name's Beef and I'm naked.
Oh, no, I refuse to believe that's what he sounds like.
I just realized this is a video game and not like a fucking
That was Dispatch, and now to present our next award, please welcome
show.
a Game Award winner from last year. He's a visionary creator, Sam Lake from Remedy.
Oh, Sam Lake, nice. Is he gonna do narrative, the narrative award?
I was back at the Game Awards. It felt like a loop. I'd lost track of how many times I'd been here, how many awards I'd won. Something kept nagging at me, forcing me to snap out of my reverie. I was here to do a job, hand out the award for Best Narrative. The nominees were each incredible. Frankly, I was so impressed by the storytelling genius, I was overcome by a nasty fit of jealousy. But they would never need to know that. Play it cool. On the stage, I felt an urge to dance. That's what they all wanted. I'd save it for another time. Keep this short. Here are the nominees for Best Narrative.
Insane. Insane.
You here to pick a fight?
Why not take us on?
It's upon us. I'm sending you to Hawaii. Someone there.
It'd be insane if Infinite Wealth won this like out of nowhere.
This is the way of the real world. Scour! I will show you a world with honor.
The heartbeat of the lost ones. I can feel them on my skin.
Mary died of that damn disease 3 years ago. So then why am I looking
Also, 2 remakes and Best Narrative. Kind of crazy.
And the Game Award goes to...
Metaphor.
Metaphor.
Refantasio! Let's go! Metaphor sweep! Let's go! Metaphor sweep! Oh my god. Ah! Oh my god, metaphor sweep!
今日は本当に素敵な素晴らしい賞をありがとうございます。RPG を今まで作ってきて本当に物語こだわって作ってきたのでこの賞をいただけて本当に嬉しいと思ってます。関係した
Yeah, I told you guys. Rebirth was going to win Best OST because the body of work was just too big and impressive for it to not. The Metaphor was going to win Best Narrative.
So first of all, I think it's fantastic. I feel so happy and so honored to be up here on stage at this incredible show. I think storytelling is a really important part of games. And I think knowing that we focused on making stories throughout our career, and knowing that we've been honored here in this way today is really honoring. So
Bro, Metaphor
I'd like
is
to thank
sweet.
everybody at the studio who has helped make this game. Without their help, we could not have done this. So thank you guys so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Hoshino Sojima. That's really amazing. Metaphor Refantasio. I love these moments where we're able to pass the torch from a previous winner to a brand new honoree. Thanks to Sam Lake as well for coming out for that. All right, well, before we get to Game of the Year, we do have one last very special announcement to share with you. This year, the stars aligned for some
Kingdom
very
Hearts 4.
magical things to happen at our
Oh,
anniversary show.
Kingdom Hearts 4.
Things that might not have ever seemed a possibility. If you truly love video games like I do, this moment is for all of us.
Kingdom Hearts 4. Kingdom Hearts 4. Oh, wait. No, this is the live. Oh, this is the live orchestra. Please have the monk. Please have the monk from Metaphor. Please have the monk. Okami? Kind of looks like it. Oh, it is. It is Okami. Okami's sequel. Wow. What? That's just nuts, man. I didn't think that would ever happen. Hideki Kamiya? Yo!
Oh my God, what an amazing moment together
Hideki
again.
Kamiya, oh my
Takeuchi-san
God.
And Kamiya-san and his new studio that we're also announcing, Clovers. Production is just about to begin on the Okami sequel, and I am beyond honored we could share this very special announcement here at our 10th anniversary celebration. Thank you to Capcom and the Tujimoto family for this anniversary gift. Still to come, Game of the Year, but right now, here's some much-awaited news on the release timing for Crimson Desert from Pearl Abyss.
Oh, this game. I don't know how to feel about this game. Everything I see about this game looks fake. I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean, like, it looks so ambitious that it can't be real. Hideki left Platinum to reopen Clover. Yeah. Wasn't the old studio named Clover? Yeah. That's fucking ridiculous. He's like back at Capcom.
The rifts they have created will return everything.
That's like insane. New Beautiful Joe game, maybe? That's like, dude, honestly, if a new Okami can happen, I feel like anything is possible.
I had my own mission. Seeking out my dreaming comet.
Like, I feel like anything is possible if a new Okami can happen, right? Because the first Okami didn't even sell that great, right? Or did it? Let's me look. Oh no, it sold 4 million copies. That's actually really good for a game of its size. Huh. I always figured that, like, maybe it just didn't sell, like, insane because it didn't get a sequel, but, like, a proper one, but, like...
For those who
It's at 4 million units. That's pretty good.
those who have survived. And
Especially for a game of Okami's scope.
This is our mission.
The world's best gaming processor, advanced by AMD.
Now's my time. Now.
Oh, God, bro. Oh. Please fucking stop. Please stop. Please stop. Please stop. Okami, the first Okami used a watermark image from Google on the Wii box art. Fun fact for you. Oh, I remember that because they like basically like took it so that they could use it. I guess because they didn't have like the original asset for it. I think I remember hearing about that. That's actually really funny. But a brand new Okami, man, that's crazy. Oh, wow, man. I'm really wondering. I genuinely don't know who's going to win Game of the Year right now. I'm thinking it could be Metaphor, given the sweep, but...
What? Oh, Waldorf, you old fool!
What a nightmare I was having. I dreamed we were still at the Game Awards.
We are!
No!
Yep. And even worse, I heard a Final Fantasy game is up for Game of the Year.
Well, my Final Fantasy is for this show to be over.
Yeah, right? And I also heard they nominated DLC for Game of the Year.
That's like giving a Lifetime Achievement Award to pre-order bonuses.
Oh! Oh, hey, look! I think the show's about to get better.
Oh, yeah. Time to watch Keeley make a fool of himself again.
Exactly! I love this show!
Notice how they didn't talk shit about metaphor because you can't.
Give it to us.
Look at us! What a rule!
Because you can't.
Ah, the Muppets. All right, welcome back to the Game Awards, everyone. Before we present Game of the Year, I just wanted to come out here and reflect on the moments we've shared over the past decade. And tonight, there have been so many incredible announcements. I can't believe the show that we're able to put together, and thanks to all the studios and developers for helping us make it happen. So I just want to say thank you to so many of you here in the person who have believed in me along the way and trusted our team to create this event. And thank you to the fans around the world for taking your time to watch this show every year. Gaming's greatest days are ahead, and I can't even begin to imagine where this industry will be for our 20th anniversary. And we're going to keep working as hard as we can to keep the Game Awards and the game industry growing around the world.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Now
announce
because
Kingdom Hearts
tonight
4.
Is such a special show. We do have one more thing.
One more thing. Let's
One of our
go.
industry's most celebrated developers has been hard at work in complete secrecy, building a brand new original world unlike anything they've done before.
Oh,
What you're
fuck.
about to see is captured entirely in the game engine.
No, this is not
We're happy
P6
to
at
share
Cage
with you
4.
tonight's final world premiere at the 10th anniversary of the Game Awards.
This is something else. I don't know what this could be. What is? Suffering of generations must be endured to achieve our divine end. Final Fantasy 17. Starfield 2. What the fuck? Does anyone recognize the anime? If it is an anime to indeed be recognized, is it new? What is this?
Jordan? Tell me something good. Well, you're right, it checks out. He's hiding out around this Imperium moon. Excellent. How is that excellent? He's next to fucking Simperia. No one has left that planet in over 600 years. Anyone who even flies close to it is never heard from again. Superstitions? No. Superstitions are the crazy rumors about what happened on that planet. These are facts. You worry too much. You know what I worry just the right amount. I say we wait for him to leave, or how about we find a new lead?
I mean, don't get me wrong. The graphics aren't bad by any means, but like he said that like it was gonna like change the way we look at like visuals, where it's like gonna be like the best graphics ever.
Hunter swooping in? Who is swooping? No one is crazy enough to go there. He clearly is. He is clearly desperate. And so am I, so claim him, or I will find another agent.
The facial capture is good though. I guess because we haven't seen an environment yet that I'm saying that. Graphics are good. But like the way he said it though, it was like it was gonna be like too good to be true, like visuals. I don't know.
I'll see you on the other side.
But yeah, the face animations, lip syncing is like pretty damn good. I hate to be a hater, but this trailer is kind of fucking boring, actually. They should have saved Witcher 4 for like the end. If this is like what it was gonna be. Oh my god. Bro, you can't be fucking serious. You can't be fucking serious. They found a way to put licensed music. Oh my god. I'm going to go fucking insane. I'm going to go fucking insane. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, it's a new Naughty Dog game. Oh, dude. That trailer sucked. That was not like a final like world premiere. I'm sorry. Not because Naughty Dog is not like a great studio, but just because that wasn't like that just wasn't like a trailer. It was just like a character in like a spaceship, and then that was it. That was boring as fuck.
Happy to share that the trailer you just saw and the full game will feature a new original score from Trent Reznor and Atticus Ross. The game has been in development since 2020.
The game itself might be good, and like all this other stuff, but like.
And now to present the biggest honor of the night. Over
The trailer, that trailer was shit. Like as a trailer.
Please welcome last year's winner from Larian, Sven Vinka.
All right, you guys, here it is.
I realize you guys have been sitting here for over 3 hours, but I still have some time credits from last year to cash in. So it turns out that not only will I be the one who will know as first which game wins tonight.
I think it'll be Astrobot
next year.
I think it'll be Astrobot, but Metaphor has sweeped.
Now, how do I know this? Well, an oracle told me. She said, change is coming. It's a modern oracle, so they made me sign an NDA, but I trust all of you. I know you can keep a secret. You will never leak it. The oracle told me that
Metaphor.
2025 was going to be made by a studio who found the formula to make it up here on stage. It's stupidly simple, but somehow it keeps on getting lost. Studio made their game because they wanted to make a game that they wanted to play themselves. They created it because it hadn't been created before. They didn't make it to increase market share. They didn't make it to serve as a brand. They didn't have to meet arbitrary sales targets or fear being laid off if they didn't.
Oh my fucking god, he's so based.
The people in charge forbade them from cramming the game with anything whose only purpose was to increase revenue and didn't serve the game design. They didn't treat their developers like numbers on a spreadsheet. They didn't treat their players as users to exploit.
He's doing it,
and
yo!
They didn't make decisions. They knew were short-sighted in function of a bonus or politics. They knew that if you put the game and the team first,
yes,
the revenue
King
will follow. They were driven by idealism and wanted players to have fun. And they realized that if the developers didn't have fun, nobody was going to have any fun. They understood the value of respect, that if they treated their developers and players well, those same developers and players would forgive them when things didn't go as planned. But above all, they cared about their game because they loved games. It's really that simple, said the Oracle. Winning Game of the Year turned out to be a life-changing event for us. It was an amazing thing. To those who will win Game of the Year 2024, you have no idea what's waiting for you. It's an incredible honor, and you're in for a heck of a ride. Now remember, should you be told to wrap it up for tonight, you can always come back next year and chat for 3 minutes, okay? So, now, to pay tribute to the nominees
so based, dude. Oh my god.
Orchestra.
Okay. Oh, sorry, we gotta do the orchestra first. Please have the monk. Please have the monk. Yes. Oh, they're not gonna have him. They're literally playing the part of the song without the monk. This is so disrespectful. Yeah, it doesn't hit the same. It'd be so much better if they had the monk on stage. Oh, they brought back the flute guy. That's him, isn't it? Balacha. Did Metaphor just win? No. They're gonna announce it after the orchestra. Astrobot. It's really cool that they mix that in. Part of me still thinks that Black Myth might win, honestly. Hey, Rebirth. I don't think Urtree will actually win. I feel pretty strongly about that. I think it's between Metaphor and Astrobot with the potential that somehow Black Myth can like swoop in. But I think that logically it's between Astrobot and Metaphor, because Astrobot and Metaphor are the two games that have been sweeping. Right? And it's kind of like not last year, 2 years ago when it was between Elden Ring and God of War Ragnarok. And those were the two games that were sweeping everything. So I think it's between Astrobot and Metaphor.
And the game of the year is...
Metaphor.
Astrobot!
Ah, I knew it. Told you guys. I knew it. Yeah, I knew it was going to be Astrobot. Like I said, like one of the advantages that Astrobot had was that it was shorter than either Rebirth or Metaphor, and so more people are going to finish it, more people are going to have a good time with it, but so yeah, I'm not surprised with the result. A little disappointed that Metaphor didn't get Game of the Year, but yeah.
Wow. Nothing can prepare you for that. Thank you so much. I'm thinking once again to all the Asobis back in Japan. You know, all 65 of them right now, they're crying. So please, a round of applause for them. Thank you. You guys as well. You know, when I thought about
circle
why the
jerk of
game,
time wasting.
give people joy and smiles on their faces, I think it came down to the people every day making the game and doing exactly that. I think, you know, when I think of the team, it's the amount of generosity they gave. They put the user first always, you know, never thought about any calculation. It was just about the kids, especially, because we had this huge privilege to be potentially the first game to be in the hands of children, and we know what it means very much. So Team Asobi, really, from the bottom of our heart, you know, well done and thank you so much. Now, thank you. I have to thank a few more people because a lot of people contributed to this game, of course, in SIE and PlayStation or Family. You know, Herman, who give, you know, the studio.
I do wish that we got to know, like,
who really believe in Astro even before we did.
Like the order, though, kind of. You know what I mean?
Ken Chan,
you know what I'm saying? Like,
and many other people that I'm not mentioning.
Like, I do wish we got to know, like, oh, this is like who won like first place and second place, and
in this room tonight
I don't think they reveal it.
Their IP without asking anything in return, just because they cared about celebrating 30 years. So to them as well, you know, from the bottom of our heart, thank you so much. And then last and not least, and you want to stay for this one because I didn't plan to say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. You know, platformers, you know, PlayStation 30 years, and we made a platformer, which is great. It's very nostalgic and fresh at the same time. But let's not forget that even before PlayStation, there were people making platformers. I remember I was a kid in 1989, Christmas, and I got a gray box. There was a game packed in. It was called Super Mario Brothers, and it was really, really great. So we are in Japan, we're in Tokyo, they are in Kyoto, but I want to pay tribute to the company who really put like platformers and showed us innovation and quality consistently and inspired us to actually make the game that we made. So that's also, and I've managed not to mention them, have you noticed? You all know who they are, and many other companies that have been inspired over the years, so that's really, really important. And we want to pay tribute to them tonight. So from the bottom of our heart, thank you so much. It's amazing, and we'll see you again. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Astrobot, and that is going to do it for our 10th anniversary of the Game Awards. More than anything, I hope tonight made you believe the future of our medium is brighter and greater than ever. Congratulations to the winners, and thanks to all the
I did walk away with that.
Shared their upcoming work with us today.
I did walk away with that feeling.
It's been so special.
I think this was a good show.
And professionally, thanks to all of you for showing up and believing in me and the Game Awards. We'll see you back
Remake
here
was
at the
far
Peacock
more
Theater
divisive and won more awards.
2025
I actually don't necessarily agree. I think that Remake was
2025.
less divisive, actually.
Have a good night.
Speaking as like an FF content creator, like who witnesses like brain poisoning levels of discourse on video games and like especially like FF, I don't think that Remake was like more divisive. I actually think that Rebirth was like tremendously more divisive, which is actually funny because I do think that Rebirth was like the better game, like absolutely the better game. But the thing about it is that two things. One, I think more people probably finished Remake because it's an easier game to finish. It was like literally less time. You can do 2 playthroughs of Remake in the time that it takes you to do 1 playthrough of Rebirth. Actually, most people spend 100+ hours. Remake was pretty divisive with older fans, but Rebirth was divisive for messing with the iconic scene. Maybe maybe the better way to put it would be, or the best way to put it, because I think you're right, would be that like Rebirth was divisive with the people who are willing to give remakes new ideas a chance, right? I feel like some of them felt let down by it because they felt like Rebirth didn't cash the check that Remake set up, because Remake kind of like promised this new thing that was going to happen, and then it just didn't follow through on that. it was mostly still just a remake of Final Fantasy VII. Like, and the ending, you know, say what you want, it really did give a lot of people a lot of reason to believe that. So, yeah, I mean, uh, the ending of Rebirth was too weird for the normies. I mean, yeah, but I mean, arguably, it was for the people who also kind of like FF7. I mean, again, I don't know how it's aged from. I don't know how it's aged in terms of like how people feel, but like, um, a lot of people again at like initial release, they did not seem to like it. But that was also true of remake, right? And then after a while, the theory videos came out, and then people like flipped the other way on remake's ending, and then they were like, "Oh, I think the ending of remake is genius." I don't see as many people arguing that in favor of Rebirth, because there was like a ton of like 3-hour essays on like why the ending of remake was like genius and subversive and like all this other stuff. I don't think Rebirth has really gotten that type of thing. But also too, again, if we're gonna talk about it, I really do feel like they pulled the same trick twice with Rebirth's ending, where it's like another thing where it's like a bunch of mysteries, you don't really know what's happening, and you know, it's just kind of meant to generate discourse. Like that's the entire purpose of it, was to generate that. And again, that's their aim. So but yeah, no, I think Astrobot deserved to win. Would I have rather seen Metaphor Rebirth win it? I would have. But Metaphor actually did really good. Metaphor sweeped. Although it didn't win Game of the Year, which I don't think I'd ever expect a game like Metaphor to win Game of the Year, because just it's niche. It's double A. It's very JRPG. Stylized graphics, etc., etc. But Metaphor won a shitload here, so happy. Yeah. Best RPG, best art, and best story. And those are the things I can say about it definitively. So I wouldn't say Metaphor was never going to win, because if Astrobot didn't come out this year, Metaphor was definitely going to win, I think. Because Metaphor was sweeping, and Astrobot was also sweeping. Metaphor sweeped in a way I did not anticipate it sweeping. I avoided all content about Rebirth, including NSP. I didn't want spoilers. Well, you didn't avoid NSP because you're in NSP stream right now. I'm sorry though. Mess with the iconic scene. I know that sounds like a spoiler, but trust me, you'll see when you finish it. I watched a bit of a friend playing Metaphor, totally drew me in, didn't expect that. I'm usually not into games like that. Yeah. I feel like most people feel that way about like Atlas games. Because I know a lot of people who are like, oh, I don't play JRPGs. But then like Persona comes around, and then they're like, fuck, that game looks cool. I'm going to play that. And then they get into Persona. Metaphor winning 3 awards to Rebirth winning 1 award is going to spark a lot of pointless arguments. It is going to spark a lot of arguments, in particular because it beat it in 2 places that are kind of crucial, and that is narrative and RPG. Right? So, yeah, it did kind of beat it in 2 very pivotal things. Key of Keys, thank you. In terms of being the best RPG and being the best narrative. And maybe there'll be some points to maybe there'll be some points to the arguments. There won't be points to the arguments. No, you're definitely right on your first read that it's going to be pointless arguments. But the thing is, there are points to make that are good about that, but they won't be made. So, Doom guy, I think your first read was correct, but there are good points to be made, but they're not going to be made. They never are. Um, I could make them. I don't know how to make them right now. I have to kind of process it for a second before I say anything intelligent. But I do think that is pretty insane, though. It does say quite a lot, and the reason it does say quite a lot too is because Metaphor was made like with a fraction of Rebirth's budget or a fraction of Final Fantasy 16's budget. And so it is kind of insane that it could win like best metaphor. I mean, best metaphor, best narrative, and best RPG. So that's pretty insane. Rebirth got the one and only award I wanted it to. Yeah, I got the OST, and that's like no surprise. Again, the body of work in Rebirth is just so nutty, dude. It's insane. I just can't imagine any other game winning that because yeah, everything you say is intelligent, King. Don't lie to me. I say a lot of I say a lot of shit. But yeah. Do you actually think it was a better RPG though? And if so, why? I don't know. Actually, I don't know. I really don't know if I consider it a better RPG or not. They're both really good RPGs. I do strongly consider Metaphor's story to be better than Re-Trilogy's. Like if I'm like so I can be that one I can firmly say. I don't know if I can say which one's a better RPG because they're just two different really two different types of RPGs. Like they're just so different and they both hit really different buttons in my brain, but I both really like them as RPGs. But actually, I don't know like which one's a better RPG. But I can tell you, I do think Metaphor is a better story. Hands down. MP management, time system, and lack of exploration doesn't do it for me. I mean, it is that type of game. I enjoy those things. It's not an exploration type game. It's like a visual novel where you go into dungeons. And that's what it is. That's the type of games that Atlas makes. They make visual novels and dating sims and then there's also combat. And yeah, that's what they do. But they're really good and they're really fun. I wouldn't say that like it being a complete story, it just automatically makes it better, but like it definitely does give it a leg up. And also too, I do think that a lot of Metaphor's mysteries and like the way they paid off were like really strong, right? And one thing that does give it like an advantage is just the fact that it can set up a mystery and pay it off in the same story, in the same game, right? But yeah, I liked Rebirth quite a lot. I thought it was a great game. It is sad to see how snubbed it got at the Game Awards, but yeah, can't pay off anything yet. But see, also too, I feel like part one story was less divisive, and it also didn't pay off anything. It just set stuff up. So You prefer the cast of P5 over Metaphor's cast? Oh my god, Panda Eyes. I have to like strongly, massively, utterly disagree. I do not think that P5's cast holds a candle to to Metaphor's cast. But also I find like P5's cast, I think half of them are kind of annoying. I think the best Persona cast is P3. Everyone always says P3 has the best story, P4 has the best characters, and P5 has the best gameplay. P5 does have the best gameplay, but actually P3 has the best story and characters. Y'all are tripping. C's is the best. I think anyone that like talks shit on C's or doesn't say that C's is the best, like y'all are just like wrong. Like C's is like C's is number one, like easily. Whereas like I can't tell you a single character in P3 that like I just straight up didn't like. There's like maybe like one or two characters that like I felt like are okay. And they're not like, and they're more like social link characters. They're not like main characters. Like maybe one like main guy that, but anyway, for the most part, I think P3 is like mostly like every character in P3 I think is like fairly fucking solid. Like if I had to rank the characters of the modern Personas, I go P3, P4, P5 at the bottom. Because there's just too many characters in P5 that I'm just like, nah. But I think P3's characters were the best. By far. Like, one of the reasons that P3 has the best characters, chat, is because P3's characters develop throughout the whole game. And like, this is a problem that is kind of in Metaphor, but not to the extent that it is in P5. Because P5 has it worse, but the way they do the character arcs that was kind of introduced in P4, where it was like each character is like a brand new arc, and then the social link kind of like continues their story or whatever. That formula I feel like has like a lot of flaws in it, and P3 doesn't have those flaws. In P3, each character is introduced in the main story, and their story is like crucial to the narrative. And I feel like each character is developing throughout the main story. In the main story, right? So it's not like, oh, you do their social link, and it's just like that. P4 sells the idea of the characters being actual fucking friends best. Yeah, and that's fair, but I think that P3, and actually that might actually be why I like P3 the most in terms of the characters, is because I don't like, it's not like the friendship thing that like really sells me on them. It's like kind of the collective trauma that's binding them together as like as a unit to go through Tartarus that I actually find compelling. You know, like the way Yukari and Mitsuru, and then their background ties together, their stories, and how your story and Aegis's story tie together in such like an interesting way. P3 characters progress in the actual story, and the formula introduced in 4 that they carried over into 5 in Metaphor. I feel like characters do become a little bit, you know, pushed to the background whenever the new character comes in, right? So whenever they introduce the new party member, everything's about the new party member, and they kind of like don't really explore the other ones as much. P4 is like the least offender of this, by the way, even though it invented it. But then P5 probably is like the biggest offender of it, I feel. And Metaphor is probably somewhere in between P4 and P5 about it. Metaphor definitely not as bad as P5 is about it. Because P5, like once you get a new party member, like things like really happening for the other characters outside of the social link is like dead. It's like it's not progressing like at all. Like do the social link and then that's it. Whereas again, P3, yeah. Yeah, I think that you can definitely argue that the investigation team of P4 like comes together in like a more organic way and like maybe more organically feels like friends. But I think that like if you actually look at the character writing of P3, and actually that's another reason too, is that there's actually tension between characters in P3. So I know this sounds crazy because people mostly say that, I guess because for most people like with P4, like the reason they prefer the characters there is because they do feel like friends. But I actually like kind of like P3 because of the tension between the characters too. Like, um, like again, like Yukari and Mitsuru, and like how they actually kind of fucking dislike each other a lot at the start, and then how that evolves. And so, yeah, actually, the tension between the characters for me is what makes P3's characters, the cast, better for me. Whereas again, if you are looking for like a JRPG party that feels more like a big group of friends, probably 4 or 5 might actually do that. But I do feel like the relationship writing is more dynamic and complex in P3. Right. That's what it is for me. Like it's not like, oh, they're friends, they're homies. There's like there's a lot of other shit going on too that you can like look into and read into about the characters. Again, Yukari and Mitsuru, how Aigis relates to them all, the relationship of Akihiko to you know, like kind of like the former version of C's where it was him and Mitsuru and what's his face with the beanie, I forget his name. And then Amada and how he comes in. A lot of complex relationships. Is it fair to say C's feels more like coworkers? No. I don't feel like C's feels more like coworkers. C's has a more emotionally charged relationship and a more emotionally complex relationship than just being like, oh, we're homies, right? Like again, if you prefer like, oh, we're such good homies, then you'll probably prefer 4, right? Like that's probably like what you'll gravitate more to. But if you prefer like the actual like complexity and dynamic and tension between the characters and like how they resolve those relationships. And I actually still think that the friendship vibe in 3 is still actually really strong. Like, I actually do think that 3 does have like a good friend dynamic, even despite what I mentioned there. But I actually, yeah, I just feel like the character arcs in 3 are so much more satisfying. And again, they pay off in the main story. They're not something that only pays off in like a social link, and it doesn't just pay off like once the character's arc is over with. I also like, you know, the awakening trope, I feel like is like gotten a little stale. There's one awakening though in Metaphor, I won't spoil it, that was really fucking good. It like subverted the whole thing. It was so good. But like yeah, I'm like a bit tired of like it's one thing I think is cool about Persona 3 is that like most of your party members have already awakened by the time you get them. So they don't have to do like the awakening scene each time and then it plays out in like a like kind of a trope like fashion at this point where, you know, we're all so used to it. Yeah, it was cool when 4 first came out and then now it's kind of like are we going to do the awakening again and then everyone's going to do the awakening scene. So I like that 3 already has like the fucking like yeah. The cast in 3 still ends up better written and believable friends than P5's cast. They are just not as believable as a group of friends, which the game insists. They're not. Ryuji's my boy though. Yeah, I don't know. I do think that like yeah, 3's writing overall is still like the gold standard of Persona for me. I think. I hope P6 is more like 3. Me too. I want the story and the characters to be more like 3 and the themes to be more like 3. But I want the gameplay to be more of an evolution of like Metaphor and P5 Royal and that stuff because that is better gameplay. But I do think the story and themes and characters of 3 and the symbolism of 3 has just been undefeated. So Hopefully Square Enix has something cooking. Their absence from this TGA is a bit concerning. Well, I mean, yeah, they just put out Rebirth this year. I don't expect them to announce anything else big until next year, where hopefully we'll see Kingdom Hearts 4. Kingdom Hearts 4 will be probably the next big thing that they're doing, I think. So, okay. We are going to call this a stream. Thank you guys so much for watching. Congratulations to Astrobot for winning Game of the Year. Congratulations to Metaphor Refantasio for a fucking sweep with 3 awards. And yeah, I will see you guys all next time, probably tomorrow. I'll have a video up, something about all this.